Alright, is this working? Is this working, lads? I have no idea. Alright, is this working? Is this working, lads? Yo, can everyone hear me? Brill, okay. Why is that not... Sorry, let me just fix a couple of things. Okay. Yes, no, we will be adding the video, don't worry. We will be adding the video. I just need to wait for Pietro to send it over to me. I think I am a little early to get going. So what I thought we might do is we should be able to have a look at the previous games. And just have a quick sort of recap. Do you guys know where I might be able to find copies of those games? If so, then we can have a quick look through those to begin with. Yeah, I've done a collab with Pietro before. We have done a collab previously. When will it start? I'm not exactly sure when it's he's going to send it over, because there is also a 15-minute delay. It's just some rule to avoid cheating, I suppose. So, yeah, bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. But, okay. Let me see if I can find the previous games. Because I know there were obviously live streams of the previous games, but I don't know if I'm going to have to just go through it and pick out all the moves. Let me see. Let me see. There's no copies of them on the DGT, I don't think. So I don't think his DGT was working. Yo, what's up, guys? Tanner, good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Search Caravel Cup on Google. I already tried that earlier. I don't think it came up with anything. Yeah, I don't think it actually came up with anything. If I search up Caravel Cup Roma, and besides, I don't think they're actually inputting the games. Oh wait, let me see if this is it. No, that's definitely not it, or is it? Okay. Well, I've got some standings here, I believe. Yeah, so the standings, currently, there are 35 people in the section. And where is Pietro? He is 24th, but there's a lot of people on 1 point so far. So, you know, that kind of figures. Majority of people are on 1 point. Yeah, I don't think it would show the previous games. I wouldn't imagine. No, that's not it. Tanner, don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, don't worry, Majestic Knight. I am aware. I am aware. So, I know not to show the actual live position. There's got to be a 15-minute delay. So, yeah, where are the previous games? I might just have to go through the previous streams to find it, actually. They don't have digital boards in the tournament. Yeah. I won't be able to find the games online, but sometimes what they actually do, I've played in London Chess Classics before, where they will actually do the, how do I describe it? They'll take the bits of paper and they'll do like a carbon copy of it. So you'll write down on the paper, and there'll be another sheet of paper behind it, which it'll be copied down onto, and then you'll keep the carbon copy, and the original copy you'll hand in at the end of the round, and then the organizers will actually input it into the system so they can be found online. Now, I think that only happened at a couple of tournaments that I did quite a while ago, but that is a thing that does happen. That is a thing that does happen. So I was wondering whether he was doing that or not at this tournament, but it doesn't seem that that's the case. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's find his first round game. Let's find his first round game. So his first round game, if I'm correct, which was... Is this going to be a classical game? Yeah. So, okay. Pietro, this is not this current game, so let me actually start a new analysis for this. This was against Valerio. This is against Valerio, who was rated 2094, so a very strong opponent in the first round. If you guys watched that, you'll know the result. But it started with pawn to d4, and if I am correct, we had a bit of a wild system. So d5, bishop to f4, which is the London, obviously, c5, and then e4, which I've got to say, to play this in an over-the-board classical game, like, that is pretty bold to go for that. It's not an online tournament, no, it's an in-person tournament. His game hasn't started yet. His game hasn't started yet, so we're waiting for it to start, and then we also have to have a bit of a delay on it. But yeah, we're going to go through the first round game. So we have pawn to e4, and I mean, what's the point of pawn to e4? Well, there's obviously a ton of tension in the center of the board. I mean, there's no knight c3, knight b5 things coming immediately. Although if something like d takes e4 is played, this pawn, I assume, can be shoved to the d5 square, and I would guess that that's the idea of this gambit. And there's quite a few gambits that do this kind of thing, where they sacrifice a pawn to shove either the d pawn or the e pawn forward into the opponent's position. And although a lot of the time they're quite dubious, I mean, like, you know, figuring it out if you haven't seen it before or haven't studied it all that much can be quite difficult in an actual situation. So let's see what happened. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what happened, which is the correct response from black. If black takes on d4, queen d4, if you take on e4 now, then here I assume knight c3, winning this pawn back. You can castle queenside with check. And black's going to be got to be very careful that he doesn't invest too much into trying to hang on to the pawn. So let's say something like castles queenside, bishop to d7 blocking, bishop to c4 is apparently quite strong. But even a move like pawn f3 looks very realistic. Something like takes and takes, the knight coming to e5 with pressure on the bishop, pressure on the f7 pawn. It's going to be very difficult for black to get developed here. The bishop coming to c4, this rook potentially coming to the e file. I mean, for the cost of a pawn, that's ridiculous counterplay. So his opponent took on e4. Pietro played pawn to d5. So he's down a pawn. But this knight can't develop to c6, which is typically where it would like to go in most positions. And also, he controls the e6 square relatively well, which could make it difficult for his opponent to develop his dart-squared bishop. So something like e6 immediately, for example. Apparently white is already much better after bishop b5, bishop d7, and d takes e6. That's a pretty cool line. Point being, of course, that the bishop can't take because it's pinned to the king. And if f e6, well, I mean, black is up a pawn, but that's not very impressive at all. You could throw in queen h5, g6, queen e5, threatening the rook, knight to f6 trying to defend. You can make use of the pin on the bishop by taking on e6. And here, white wins back the pawn with pretty good counterplay, right? Even if the queens come off the board with something like queen e7, let's say takes, and knight c3, I guess, is quite good. Material is equal, but this e4 pawn is going to have a very hard time being defended adequately. And, you know, knight e2, knight g3, I don't really see how his opponent would hold on to the pawn. So that's not what we get after pawn to d5. His opponent plays knight to f6, which is very principled, just attacking the pawn and threatening to win it, of course. It also defends the pawn on e4, which, if black can hold on to it, would be great, but he's not necessarily going to want to invest too much effort into doing so. By the way, can you guys read the chat on the screen enough? Can you read it? It is a classical game, Tanner. Yes, it is going to be a classical game. Where is the Caraval Cup taking place in Rome? I don't know. It's in Rome. I can tell you that, but beyond that, I don't know. So, yeah, we have knight to f6 and knight to c3 defending the pawn. Makes sense. The knights are jostling for the central light squares. But this knight can't come to c6, although this knight also can't come to f3. However, unlike the black position, Pietro already has his dark squared bishop out. He can get his light squared bishop out to c4 or b5 pretty easily. This bishop could come to a square like f5, but it would leave this diagonal potentially weak, and this bishop is going to struggle to get developed unless it tries to fianchetto, which, if I had to guess, would be the way to proceed for black. So, okay, how does the game continue? Game continues with pawn to e6. Pawn to e6, okay. Which looks pretty principled, right? Because if Pietro takes, for example, then something like queen d1, rook d1, and bishop takes e6. And for the time being, black maintains his extra pawn. It's also no longer a doubled pawn, but it is deep within the white territory, and it is going to be difficult to hold on to it. White could even try to fully gambit the pawn to just go purely for some kind of initiative. And if something like knight c6, for example, then maybe bishop b5 could be strong, although here even the engine likes knight b5, just going into the c7 square, like rook d8, knight c7, king e7. Interesting position. Engine says it's zeros, but since Pietro is down a pawn here, he has an entire point's worth of material of counterplay for being down the pawn. So I think that's definitely the way to play against a higher rated opponent, just trying to make their lives as difficult as possible. So I'm a big fan of that. Okay, so what actually happened in that position, though? Let me find it. Oh. Hello? Bruh, my computer is bugging out. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Okay, so yes, there we go. I think that's working again. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Alright, so what actually happened is after pawn e6, we have bishop to b5 check. checking the king, obviously. And wait, did we have the exact same position that I was analysing before? Did bishop e5 check happen? No, now I'm really confused. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Okay. Okay, I'm bugging. So actually what happened was we have pawn to g6, which I think is a very reasonable way to continue. We have knight c3, just defending the pawn, attacking this pawn, knight to f6, defending the pawn, attacking the pawn, queen to d2, preparing some bishop to h6 type things, which makes a lot of sense. And then, bishop to g7, trying to develop the bishop this way because playing e6 is very risky, as we explored in the previous line. And then after castles, queenside, castles, kingside, I mean, I would say this is a London player's dream, to be fair. And I mean, Engine gives this position zeros, but remember, Pietro's down a pawn, so for the position to be zeros while down a pawn means that he's got pretty good counterplay in this position. So, okay, let me first just check this is all... Yeah, this is all working fine. Bro. And then, I believe I now have the live stream, but I have to wait 15 minutes, of course, to start showing it. So I'm going to get it up in a separate tab, but I'm not going to, get going with it just yet. So appreciate if you guys can just give me a minute. Thank you very much. And, I mean, this is a very interesting position to look at, to be fair. Like, this is pretty mental. To get this type of position in an over-the-board game is bold, especially against such a strong player. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to get that. Okay, let me just check. So, when did they start? I'm just getting the live feed from Pietro himself in a separate tab. Like I said, we have to wait 15 minutes before we actually start playing it, or he could get disqualified, and we would not like him to get disqualified, of course. Okay, there we go. So he started playing 3 minutes ago, just around 3:30 UK time. So we'll give that another 12 minutes, whatever it is, and then we'll follow that game. So that gives us a chance to look through this game. So we have castles kingside from black. Pietro, I would assume, is relatively still in his prep here. What does he go for? What does he go for? I can't tell what's analysis and what actually happens. Okay, yes, bishop to h6 in this position, which makes sense, because if Pietro gives his opponent time to play a move like rook to e8, I assume, I mean, maybe bishop h6 can be met with a move like bishop back to h8, maintaining the dark squared bishop, worth noting. But, okay, that doesn't happen. We have, let me just make this the main variation. Move variation up, move variation... Okay, it's not going to let me do that. Whatever. So we have bishop to h6 from Pietro. His opponent seems to have taken a while in this position. Wait. What? I can no longer tell what the actual position was. This is very confusing. Oh, wow, okay. Right, so his opponent played pawn e3, which is the best move. That's fascinating. So the queen can't take because knight g4 and the bishop is lost. So the bishop has to take. And then knight g4, applying pressure to the bishop. And then the bishop can't go back to h6. That's really high-level stuff from his opponent. That's a great idea. Wow. Okay. And then we have... bishop takes c5. Yeah, Pietro wins a pawn. Bishop h6 pinning the queen, forcing the bishop back. Knight takes, pawn takes. Pietro loses his dark squared bishop, which, you know, the London bishop is typically quite powerful and quite important to the position. I'm just going to turn my mic volume down a little bit. I think that was going a bit high. Let me just... Okay, I think that's a bit better in the lighting as well. Can we have the evaluation turned off? Well, for the actual game, like once that begins, I will turn the evaluation off in certain moments, most likely. I mean, sometimes it's useful to have the evaluation, of course. But in certain positions, yes, I can turn it off. I get where you're coming from, mate. Okay, so, yes. We have f takes e3. F takes e3, and then... Is that... Wait. I'm really confused as to what has actually happened. Okay, yes. I think queen b6, rook e1 defending the pawn, of course. You would love to push the pawn, but obviously you can't. That's a really powerful bishop, although Pietro is up a pawn. And then the game seems to have gone knight d7, knight f3, knight f6, preparing to apply even more pressure to the e3 pawn. Whoa, what? Yeah, bishop to c4, developing the bishop. I think. Oh, maybe not knight to f6. This is really difficult to try to figure out. No. The knight doesn't go to f6. Or does it? I'm trying to figure out what's analysis and what actually happened. No, the knight does it? Bruh. Knight goes to d7. And it seems like Pietro goes pawn h4 here, which I've got to say is quite nice. Knight to c5, which looks a bit strange because, I mean, neither of these squares are particularly accessible. I think that's what's happened. And then king to b1. Wait, king b1 here or king b1 in a previous position? One of them. And then pawn e6, pawn h5, bishop g7, I think is the way it's continued. Pawn e4, keeping hold of the center. Those of you wondering, this is the round 1 game that I'm just going over. And then in a few minutes, we will be able to start the commentary of today's game. I have so many tabs open. This is ridiculous. Whoa. What has happened here? Okay. So ed5 was played. ed5, bishop f5, applying pressure to this diagonal. And then, Pietro really needs to get himself developed. Really, really badly. How does it continue? Let me just find it. This is really, really confusing to go through, but okay, I think knight to f3 is played. I mean, the computer hates it, but it makes a lot of sense. And then the bishop comes to e4. The knight jumps to g5. Does it? Wait, I'm not sure about that. Oh, wait, is it here, here? And then what? I feel like we're missing a move. This can't be taken like this. No, 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 the pawn is not taken. Pawn is not taken. Bishop there. Okay, I'm not going to lie, I can't quite figure this out as to what actually happened in the game. But Pietro went on to win by completely demolishing his opponent's king. And I apologize for not being able to find it, but this is insanely difficult to try to like work through a 6 or so hour stream. And no, I'm confused as to what actually happened in the first game the other day. Well, yesterday. But okay, we're going to leave that for now because I can't figure it out. But what you need to know is that Pietro won the first game he played against a 2100. He then lost the second game, which was played earlier today, although he definitely should have drawn the game in... Well, I was watching it live for good parts of it. He definitely should have won. But chess is just like that sometimes. He played very, very well. He played incredibly well. But it just unfortunately wasn't enough to get the result. I'm just a god. What are you on about? Put a girl on. Bruh. And then, today, well, he's already played today, but now he is against an Italian. He's the 200th best player in Italy, just over 2100, which is extremely unfortunate considering Pietro just played a couple of 2100s and now he's playing against another one, which is incredibly harsh, but it is what it is. And we'll see what he can do. Now, I'm going to see now if this is 15 minutes behind. No, it's 13 minutes behind. So I've got to wait a couple of minutes. Gotta wait a couple of minutes to put that on. The previous one, does Pietro always play d4? I believe so. I believe he does. The previous game was really interesting, the one earlier on today, where I think I might be able to remember some of the game. Pietro had the black pieces, and it was an interesting type of Sicilian, where we had, Pietro had black. It was like e4, c5, knight f3. Okay, now I'm struggling to remember exactly how the line goes. I know e5. I think it's knight c6, d4, take, and e5. I think this is what he plays. And then after... I can't remember where his opponent put his knight, but essentially, you get a position where I think we had some kind of Maroczy bind structure with pawn to c4. Not immediately. Again, I can't remember the exact move order, but it's some position... Okay, I'm not actually sure. I think it was something like knight to c3, pawn to d6. This is not the exact move order. I'm not going to pretend like I know it all that well. But it's this type of position where Pietro goes to fianchetto, and there's a big idea of trying to get a knight to the d4 square, bring another knight into the f4 square, and playing with this backwards d-pawn is quite difficult, but if you can make it work, or you can execute d5, then it's really, really interesting from the black perspective. Now, personally, I would hate to play this kind of position because I'm just more of a positional player. Am I participating? No. No? I'm commentating on the game. But yeah, it was a really interesting type. It's kind of like an accelerated dragon, or like a dragon type Sicilian, except this pawn in a dragon is normally back on e7 rather than on e5. So in one sense, black has even better control over the dark squares in this structure. I don't know what it's called, but this structure, I've seen plenty before. A lot of GMs like it. But the d5 square is just incredibly weak. And I think what actually happened in the game is not immediately like this was not played in the game. But what ended up happening was a pawn ended up on the d5 square. And it leads to an interesting thing where, yes, okay, d6 is weak, but by having a pawn on d5 and not a piece on d5, white can't use the d file to go after the pawn. So it's actually quite difficult to exploit the weakness of the d6 pawn when there's a white pawn on d5, because obviously you can't take your own piece. This isn't exactly how it went in the game. I'm well aware of that. I can't remember the exact lines. But it was this type of structure which I think is really interesting because I don't really understand them as well as I would like to. So that's probably part of the reason I find it so interesting. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Okay, it has now been 15 minutes. It has now been 15 minutes, which means that we can get going. So let me see if I can figure this out. Give me a second, please, guys. I'll get the live broadcast on. Here we go. And then let's crop this. And we'll whack it down the bottom. And we can properly get going. Okay. Give me a second, please. Here we go. Unfortunately, there's no DGT board that I can use for this. So we are going to just be having to look at the board and try to figure out what moves are being played. But we will try our best. So, okay, here's the live feed. There it is, everybody. And let's play. So let's go to... Okay, no, that's not supposed to happen. Okay, that is supposed to happen. Brill. Let me whack this over here. Just check this is still working. Yes, it is. Okay, so we have pawn d4 from Pietro. Knight to f6 and bishop to f4. The London, of course, as we had in the first round. And let me just say again, his opponent is like the 200th highest rated player in Italy. That's no small feat. Okay, we have pawn to d5, which makes sense. If I would make a guess, I would assume his opponent is probably going to go for some c5 action at some point. We have pawn to e3. Classic London system player. Not a Jabava London, I guess, with knight to c3. Personally, I'm not a massive fan of the London, but as we saw from the first game, it can certainly work. Fools will resign, wise players will make a draw, but only a true genius will get a timeout. Well, this is quite a generous time control that we have in this tournament. It is I'm just checking, we're 15 minutes behind. It is, I think, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment, which is a great time control. But okay, we have pawn c5, pawn c3. Is that pawn c3? Yeah, pawn c3. Trying to get this, triangle set up to put the bishop inside of. We have knight to c6. They're all playing their theory, of course. Knight to d2. Okay, interesting. So one thing you might be wondering in these types of positions is whether black is trying to play c4 and play on the queen side. And you could make an argument that if this bishop comes out to d3, then c4 is a viable way to, take some space with tempo and then try and bring more pawns into the action and break through on the queen side. It's an interesting idea. I personally don't think I've seen it all that much. Pietro is just adjusting his opponent's pawn. I have never seen anyone adjust like their opponent's pieces before. That's kind of hilarious. Do I like the London system at the high level? I haven't really seen it all that much at a high level. I don't know that much about the London, to be honest. Do I offer coaching? Yeah, I do. I have coaching stuff available. You can email me. So, yeah, if you're interested. But anyway, we're focusing on Pietro because we have a very interesting game here. Starting in the London, of course. And his opponent's playing in a very principled way against the London, going for this c5, applying a lot of pressure to the center of the board. That's kind of the way that you're supposed to play against the London, as far as I am aware, because, again, I mean, personally, against the London, I play what I have dubbed the Centurion system. Someone going to go hang up their coat there. I'm just going to let people know in my Discord that we are live. Give me 1 second, guys. Let's whack that in. Okay. Have I missed a move? I think I've just missed a move. Hold on. Yeah, so we have bishop to f5 from Luca. So, okay, it's interesting. I mean, I suppose it's playing against bishop to d3, right? Stopping that. So we have knight g to f3. And one of the big ideas in the London, from my limited experience, is white trying to stop black from playing pawn to e5, and black trying to stop white from playing pawn to e4. Now, there are some lines where white will delay developing this g knight because he actually wants to go for like f3 g4 shenanigans, which is, I would guess, why Pietro starts with bringing his queenside knight into the game, to wait and see if he can go for this kind of pawn storm. But I assume he's pretty well booked up, and you just can't really go for that. You just can't really go for that in this position, I would assume. So, okay, what's Pietro done there? Yeah, knight g to f3, that's all fine. The coat rack being moved. I tell you what, it does really annoy me when that kind of thing happens when you're playing an over-the-board game and people are like shuffling things around in and around your board. Incredibly frustrating. But to be fair, clearly the tournament organizers have given Pietro some special treatment by allowing him to record, so you can't be particularly mad. I mean, I have actually tried to be allowed to record my games in the league that I play in, and I basically emailed the captain of my team, and he was like, yeah, no, I don't think so, mate. So, you know, it swings and roundabouts, I guess. This is the Fools Would Resign guy. It is. What's my FIDE rating? I think my FIDE rating is about 1700, but I haven't played a FIDE tournament in many, many years. So my ECF rating, which is like my national English rating because I'm English, is I think 1990 right now. I think it's 1990. So I need to get it back up to 2000, of course. But yeah. Okay, I think that Pietro is probably pretty well within his preparation here, so I would say that things are looking pretty good. He seems very comfortable. What you might not know about over-the-board chess, if you haven't played a whole lot of it yourself, is that things like body language tell so much about a player when you are sitting across from them. You can see, like, his opponent is leaning over the board, head in hands type thing, which isn't by itself that big a deal. But Pietro looks incredibly relaxed. He's sitting like backwards in his chair. He's keeping his head rather high, and he's not very fidgety or anything like that. And to me, that would make me think, if I was playing against him, that he's very much within his preparation and that he knows these positions very well. So, yeah, a little bit of chess psychology there, but in over-the-board games, it is incredibly important to understand some level of chess psychology. I am not participating in this event. No, I am not in Rome right now. I am in England. Thank God. God, I love England. Anyway, so what are the ideas in this position? Well, some of you might be saying, okay, surely instead of knight to f3, Pietro can just take on c5. Like, isn't that just a free pawn? Well, no, because then black can use the positioning of Pietro's bishop against him, play pawn to e5 with tempo, and win the c5 pawn. So after something like bishop g3 and bishop c5, I mean, black has this strong two-pawn center. White is going to really struggle to play e4. c4 could be played, but at the end of the day, like, why are you giving this center to your opponent? So no, you are not trying to take here anytime soon. So knight g to f3 maybe prepares to take on c5 because now he's exerting more control over the e5 square. So let's say something like h6 was played, giving this bishop an escape square on h7, which is rather typical in a lot of London positions. That's not ridiculous. Well, then you might get dc5 now, because now there's no pawn to e5, because you can just take the pawn on e5, and white is up a pawn and much better. So that's kind of the point of knight g to f3. As I said earlier on, in these positions, there's going to be times where white is trying to see, ooh, can I get away with playing pawn e4? And black is going to be trying to see, can I get away with pawn to e5? We obviously can't see the actual times on their clocks, but I mean, Pietro's opponent is using a good bit of time here, which is obviously great news for Pietro. What's the time control they're playing? They're playing 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment, although I believe that at move 40, they take the increment away, if I'm correct. Now, that's something I've never heard of before, which is very, very interesting. But, yeah, I mean, this could be a rather interesting time scramble if that kind of thing were to happen. Never heard of that before. I mean, I've thought that my league time format at the moment is quite an interesting one, which is it's an hour and 15, so 75 minutes, no increment, and then on move 35, not move 40, move 35, you get an extra 15 minutes, no increment. Really strange time format, but whatever. So still no move from Luca, still no move, which kind of surprises me that a 2100 plus rated player wouldn't be like comfortable in these positions or know what they're doing. But okay, what can black go for? Well, the engine quite likes queen b6, which personally I really like the look of. Although there seems to be some interesting nuances to consider in this position. So the main move seems to be d takes on c5, and then the black queen has a choice as to whether to take on c5 or to take on b2. Now, if the black queen takes on c5, then knight b3 hits the queen. The queen goes back to b6. Here, the main move is apparently pawn a4, looking for pawn a5 to kick the queen all the way back to d8. Yeah, that's the main line, apparently. And I guess if pawn a5 is played, then bishop b5 along with knight to e5 could be very difficult for black to deal with. So let's say pawn h6, giving the bishop some room. Knight e5 is going to be very difficult to meet, and you can't kick the bishop away because, of course, you move your a pawn to a5. So, yeah, this would be a disaster for black. So after queen to b6 and d takes c5, basically, taking on c5 is not great. So you'd have to take on b2. Now, the engine gives this position zeros, which I think is a bit ridiculous. The main move here is apparently knight d4, attacking the bishop and applying pressure to the knight. Now, white here would love if knight takes d4 is played, of course, because then after c takes d4, I mean, you have this incredible pawn chain, and then the only way for black to fight would be pawn to e5. Oh, that's really interesting. E5, if bishop E5, then bishop C5, exclam. And then if takes, then takes. Although even here, bishop here is very interesting, with the threat being take, take, and then take. Super complicated lines, and the problem is, if I were Luca, going for queen b6 would be very risky, because if he knew this move, queen b6, he would have played it by now. But he hasn't, which means that he doesn't know the theory after queen to b6. And again, based on Pietro's body language, he is clearly interested in this position, and he's clearly happy with this position. And he probably knows the theory, which his opponent doesn't know. So for his opponent to go for queen b6, I think would be incredibly risky, even though it is the best move according to the engine. So what else can black play, apart from queen b6? And obviously, as we've discussed, h6 makes no sense because, I mean, Pietro will just win the pawn. So whatever black does has to deal with the fact that this pawn is hanging. So, okay, a simple solution might be to take on d4, which, yeah, is a simple solution. And here it seems that knight d4 is the move, attacking the bishop and applying pressure to the knight. If the knight takes on d4, then c takes d4. And the position is almost symmetrical. If this knight were to come to f3, like let's say e6, knight f3, this would be symmetrical. Except the problem is that there's bishop b5, and after something like knight d7 and rook c1 threatening rook c7, this is not a particularly easy... I assume it's threatening rook c7 anyway. This is not a particularly easy position to deal with as black. So if c takes, you wouldn't go for this. Instead, it looks like queen b6 makes sense, stopping bishop to b5, applying pressure here. And then bishop e2 is apparently all right. Pietro would obviously have to know the theory after queen b2, because there is no rook b1, because the bishop covers. Okay, this is a bit mental. Castles, and then the best move for black is g5. And if black doesn't find g5, then white is just significantly better. But a6 stopping bishop b5, which looks logical. And g4, I mean, yeah, this is ridiculous. And if this is taken, then takes and takes and takes, of course. So, what? You retreat the bishop to g6, for example, and then e4. Whoa, what on earth is the idea? Oh, rook b1. Oh, of course. So if knight e4, rook b1, and the bishop is cut off from seeing b1. So, okay, if the queen takes on d4, bishop... What on earth? Bishop e5, queen e5, queen a4, and the black king is forced out to the d8 square, rook b7, and white is winning. I mean, this is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So, okay. In all of these lines, black has got to be so careful with going queen to b6, right? So, okay. cd4, knight d4, like I said. Queen b6 does defend c5, but taking also seems to get rid of the problem, although as we've just seen, not necessarily, because it's still very, very difficult. Let me just catch up on the chat. Would you stream whole game? Yes, I am streaming the whole game. That's what we're doing. His opponent does seem to be overthinking, yes. Although if you don't know the theory here, I can't really blame his opponent. But to be honest, if I was the black side of this, I mean, I have the evaluation, so it's easy for me to say these things. But I think that e6 is just the move that you should play, to be honest. Because yes, okay, white might still be in theory, sure. His opponent might be trying to find a way to bring him out of theory. But I think e6 is the safest bet. He goes queen b6, and I'm not going to lie, I think that that is incredibly risky. Now, it's the best move. I know that. It's the best move for black. But the problem is that his opponent doesn't know the theory. Because if he knew the theory, he would have played it by now. Okay, Abdallah, how's it going, mate? What happened in the game? Well, we basically just have a London. We have a pretty simple London, right? Get the bishop out, build the pawn wall, get the knights to their respective squares. This bishop doesn't have a clear square to go to just yet. Oh, it seems as if moves are being played. Hold on. Oh no, Pietro, I think... Wait, let me just go back. What has happened there? So dc5 is the main move. But we instead have queen b3. Queen b3? Okay. Okay. Queen b3. His opponent goes pawn to e6 by the looks of it, which makes a lot of sense. Although c4 now is very strong because takes and the a file opens up. And that's actually quite a common idea. But okay, we have e6. Queen takes. Pietro grabs the queen. And then, I mean, we can assume that a takes is played, of course. I would say this looks decent for black with the open a file. Decent for black with the open a file. But by playing e6, his opponent can no longer bring his bishop back to d7. So there could be issues of bishop b5 and knight to e5. That's worth considering. That could be a problem potentially. Yeah, I mean, we do have bishop to b5, yes. And this is already quite difficult for black, actually. So, again, I think that Pietro knew that d takes e5 was the best move in the previous position. But I think that he has done some good analysis on this particular line. And he clearly knows it well. So, yeah, this is why I thought queen b6 wasn't the best idea for his opponent, because he's walking directly into Pietro's preparation. And even if his opponent is the 200th best player in Italy, which is no small feat, it's still incredibly dangerous. Give me a sec. Alright, sorry. I just had to turn my light on because I think the lighting was getting a bit weird. Let me just see if that's alright. Yeah, I think that's better. So, okay. Bishop to b5. This position looks very nice. This position looks very, very nice. Did he win the second round? No. He had a drawn position, but he ended up losing, unfortunately. So he's currently on 1 out of 2. So, as we can all see, the idea is to go knight to e5 to apply pressure to this knight. So a simple solution to that might seem to be rook to c8, just defending the knight, which makes sense. But it's not quite that simple, because then apparently Pietro changes his plan and goes knight h4, going after this bishop. And after bishop c2... rook c1, bishop g6. Something like takes and takes. Pietro gets the bishop pair, and he's not completely winning by any means. But both of his bishops are on very nice diagonals. This has a lot of targets on. This diagonal doesn't have targets, but it keeps this bishop out of the game. And the position looks very comfortable. So, with the queens off the board, you do have to keep an eye on these knight to h4 ideas. Another idea the computer really likes is knight to d7, breaking the pin by putting the knight on d7. Maybe preparing e5, but I think it's just to break the pin. And if something like knight to e5 now, then the knight can take, the bishop takes. This knight can't take because it's pinned, but there's no longer any issue with this knight being defended. It's defended once, it's attacked once, all is well. And here, after something like rook c8, keeping an eye on the knight. I mean, the engine suggests e4 here, which is a bit insane. Is it to try and go knight c4? Yeah, it is. Oh, okay, that's really interesting. If bishop to e7... Oh, of course, b6 hangs. Oh, right. That's quite cool. And then if bishop takes, then knight takes, pawn takes, sacrificing a pawn to castle queenside. I would not be shocked if we were to get something like that at all. I would not be shocked. But okay. Yeah, bishop to b5. Let me just delete this move. Let me delete this move. Okay, I didn't actually mean to do that. But okay, let's just run through from the start what has happened so far. So d4, knight f6, bishop f4, d5. We have a classic London system where black is trying from the get-go to attack the dark squares. Knight c3, knight d2, bishop f5, knight g2, f3. And here, queen to b6, which I thought was a bit risky for black to go for. We have queen to b3, where here the only move for black to actually be minus 0.5 would be pawn c4, and after takes and takes, basically the white bishop just can't get out anymore, and that's the big difference in the position. But that's not what happened. Instead, we had pawn to e6, which, to be fair, is a very reasonable way to play. And then after takes, and bishop to b5, we reach the current position that you can see on the video below. And here the engine likes knight d7. It likes rook c8, kind of. Also bishop e7, preparing to castle. But if bishop no, not king e7. Not king e7. If bishop e7 is actually played, though, then after knight to e5, rook to c8, now the engine wants f3, going for these pawn storm ideas, which, yeah, I did mention that earlier on. And it's very difficult to deal with. The engine thinks bishop c2 is one of the only ways to continue. And if something like castles, which obviously looks natural, then g4, bishop g6, bishop c6, bc6, dc5, bishop c5, pawn h4. And this is a bit of a mess of a position, to be fair. But I think Pietro, being a London player, would probably be familiar with a lot of these lines. So, okay. Okay, what else can his opponent do against bishop to b5? By the way, Pietro's time usage has been absolutely superb. I mean, he's gamed on the clock. I can kind of just make out, I think he's on an hour 32. Now, I mentioned before this knight d7 idea. This is actually a move in a different opening, the Cambridge Springs. So in the Cambridge Springs, I know I'm going on a massive tangent, but I'll show you why. Okay, his opponent has just made a move, so let's just go do that quickly. His opponent has played knight d7. Yes, that is the best move. Now, you're going to see why I'm mentioning the Cambridge Springs. So the Cambridge Springs is a line in the Slav defense, and after knight c3, knight to f6, knight to f3, pawn to e6, going for the semi-Slav, bishop to g5, pinning the knight, knight bd7, pawn e3, queen a5. This is the Cambridge Springs variation, and I personally play this myself. And here, one of the best moves for white is knight d2. Why am I bringing this up? Well, it's the exact same idea that's being used by the black pieces, basically, in Pietro's game, where this knight hops back to d2. In the game that we're looking at, the knights are on c6 and d7, but it's the same reversed, so that this knight is no longer pinned. The Cambridge Springs, one of the main ideas is to use the fact the queen is attacking the bishop to go dc4, force the bishop to take, otherwise it's going to be lost, and after something like takes and queen back to c7, black wins the bishop pair. That's a big idea in the Cambridge Springs. But, oh, I think Pietro was reaching to move, but didn't. But after something like bishop to b4, for example, which is a valid move in this line, you get a very similar thing, except the queens are off the board in the game we're looking at. I mean, even the pawn structure is incredibly similar, just in reverse. So I think that's a really interesting comparison. But okay, we have knight to d7. The queens being off the board is definitely relevant. It's definitely relevant. And okay, as I mentioned before, knight e5 is a move, but I don't really think it does anything. And Pietro goes pawn to a4, which I'm a fan of that move. I like that. Just fixing the bishop in place. This bishop can't really be removed very easily. If a move like knight to a7 is played, trying to dislodge the bishop, then, I mean, there's several moves that can be played. The engine suggests pawn g4, which is still ridiculous. Knight b5 you can't take because you lose the rook. gf5, ef5, and c4. Okay, what on earth is happening? Okay. The knight moves. And then cd5. Okay, and if this is taken, knight c4. B6 is defended. d6 is also defended. What's the threat here? I mean, Pietro's down a pawn. Let's say takes, I think, looks natural. Apparently castles. This knight has to move. Oh, the knight can't go to d6 anymore. That's the point. So the knight has to go back to a7. And then after knight d4, f5 hangs. And if g6 trying to defend, pawn a5 is really strong, trying to force the a file open and use this pin to its full effect. There's a lot of danger. There is a lot of danger here for his opponent. And Pietro gets up to have a walk around looking at the other boards. I love that. I love that. I do that all the time in my over-the-board games. I think that for me, it calms me a lot, which is why I do it. It makes me feel very calm because it kind of takes me out of the moment, lets me, oh, what's happening over here? Oh, that's an interesting game. I'll go to the loo or something, maybe splash my face with a bit of water, just chill out a little bit, gain a bit of perspective. But, yeah, his opponent is really having to lock in here, and Pietro is in preparation by the looks of it, which is crazy. Pietro is 400 elo less than his opponent, yes, but I also think that he's underrated, realistically. I think he's definitely underrated. So, yeah. The lights is better now. Okay, good. There are only men in the tournament, looks like. To be fair, most chess tournament, most chess players are men, so kind of to be expected. Kumar, if you see some incredible move in any line, can you ask chat to guess the move? Yes, I can do that. That is a good suggestion. So, okay. There is a lot of danger in this position for his opponent Luca to deal with. Here, another very easy move looks to be bishop to e7. Just developing the bishop and preparing to castle. And here, the engine suggests knight to e5, although I have to say I don't see the point. Unless it's to go f3 and g4. Because after knight takes, bishop takes. f6 is strong, but let's just say castles for the sake of argument. I guess black has to watch out for his b6 pawn. So if something like bishop d8 defending, bishop d6 attacking the rook again, if bishop e7, then bishop c6 removing the defender, so the bishop has to take on d6, and then Pietro could go up a pawn, which would be rather nice. And if takes and takes and a move like f6 is played, which the engine is a big fan of, again, bishop c7 is an idea. So that's quite interesting. Normally, for black, having these doubled pawns is actually quite good, because the b6 pawn defends the c5 pawn, and the open a file can be used to generate a lot of counterplay down the a file. But as we're seeing in some of these lines, the tables could be turned. And okay, we have a move. So let's go back and get rid of bishop to e7. What does his opponent play? I actually haven't seen yet. If I had to guess, I think bishop e7 was the move. Yes, okay, it was. I promise you I didn't see that, but whatever. Not the point. Bishop e7 played. Which, okay, the engine likes f6, but realistically, Luca doesn't know that f6 is the best move, does he? Like, he doesn't have an engine, he's not within his preparation, so he's got to play a move, and I think bishop e7 is very natural. Okay, he gets up to have his first walk of the game. I would guess probably to decompress a little bit after having to figure out some difficult theoretical lines. Or maybe he just needs the loo. Who knows? Maybe he just needs the loo. So, okay, like I said, knight e5 is an idea in these positions. And what I'm figuring out by going through some of these engine lines is that knight e5 is intended to trade this knight because this knight is defending b6. So effectively, knight e5 is preparing bishop c7. Rather interesting. Another idea of knight e5 is that it potentially prepares something like f3 and g4, chasing this bishop and grabbing loads of space. Now, realistically, if Pietro wants to, like, steamroll his opponent, he is most likely going to have to get e4 or c4 in at some point. But that's going to be rather difficult, right? Realistically, that's a big ask. How's it going, everyone? Good to see you. Yeah, Aludi. I'm also proud of him. He's doing an incredible job here. He really, really is. Playing really strong chess. And keeping his nerve very nicely against a very high-rated player. Now, it seems that he's probably out of his preparation here. He may have previously studied these f6 lines before, because I think that's the thing you'd really have to look at in these positions. So bishop e7 is probably something that you see and you're like, oh, well, you know, that's not really all that concerning. I'll figure it out once I actually see it type thing, which I think is perfectly reasonable. But, okay, how does Pietro continue? As we've been discussing, knight e5 is definitely one way to do it, trying to get a knight trade. And by the way, at any point, black could take on d4 and ed4. That's kind of just hanging in the air of all these positions. But if black ever does take on d4, then it leaves these double pawns isolated. Whereas by keeping the pawn on c5, the b pawn serves more of a purpose of defending the pawn on c5. And obviously, black would absolutely love it if Pietro were to take on c5. He gets to go b takes c5. And look at this beautiful center for black. If black gets f6 in and e5, I mean, the game could basically be over. You know, if something like castles, f6, rook e1 for whatever reason, e5. I mean, the engine thinks this is only minus 0.4, but I have to say I think this is effectively game over. I would really struggle to see how Pietro fights back here, because the problem is, after something like bishop e6, keeping an eye on the center, if c4 is played, trying to fight back, which is a valid way to try to go about this position, the rook on e1 is actually quite useful, because it stops d4 ideas. I was trying to waste a move with rook e1, but let's say king h1. Let's say king h1. Then something like e5, and the bishop retreats, and this bishop comes back and c4 is played. What I was trying to get across was this possibility of d4. Now, in the previous line, after takes, there's actually some issues, because there's ideas of playing take, take, and knight takes, because this rook on e1 can see the bishop on e6. But if the rook isn't on e1, I mean, here black just has a protected passed pawn on d4, and it's incredibly good. Okay, Pietro has made a move. Wait, what move has he made? He's castled. Okay, so he's not playing knight e5, at least not just yet. He's going to start with castles, which is never going to be a bad move, right? I mean, that can't be a bad move. And knight e5 isn't going anywhere. If f6 is played, trying to stop knight to e5, here the engine is a big fan of knight h4. After bishop g4, trying to run back to f7 to maintain the bishop pair. f3, bishop h5, things get very complicated after e4. And to be honest, I think this would be near impossible for black to navigate. I mean, like g5, ed5. If gf4 is played, then dc6, and this is chaos. The e file is going to be an issue as well. d5 could be coming in. That's no good. That's no good. So yeah, this is very interesting stuff. Oh wait, his opponent has immediately responded. Okay, his opponent immediately castles, which is the best move, and I mean, it makes sense, right? Both kings are now castled, and it's game on. It is now game on. And one of the big questions in this position, from my perspective, is can either side execute e4 or e5? Can it be done? Can it be done? And if it is done, then the game could get pretty wild. This is Alex Banzea theory. I'm not too sure he knows since he studied different book. Yo, Pranay, how's it going, mate? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm just going to go grab some water real quick. I'll be back in a second. Oh, wait, no, Pietro's made a move. No, I'm not going to get water. I'm just going to... I'm just going to die. Okay, Okay, Rook E1 played. Yeah, okay, that's very, very valid. Basically, Rook E1 trying to play against these ideas, I think. I would assume. I mean, he's in theory, clearly. If f6 is now played, then e4. And now the f6 pawn seems to make no sense, because e5 isn't fast enough because of ef5. And here, you should be able to figure out why this doesn't work for the black pieces. And I'll let you just have a quick look at this position while I go refill my water. All right, we're back. So ef5 doesn't work because... Sorry, I mean for black, he can't just go for a quick e5 because after ef4, there is a simple tactic removing the defender of the bishop, and Pietro will just be up a clean piece. So rook fe1, trying to play e4. And like I said, if e4 or e5 can be executed, this game could get pretty wild. And I think that is a great way to try to play against a higher rated opponent by creating a bit of chaos, and also in a position that Pietro is clearly comfortable with. He's comfortable in these London positions, clearly. So, yeah, I think this couldn't really be going much better. This could not be going much better at all. He's doing a really good job here. So, okay. What should black do? Because as we said, if f6, then e4 is going to be devastating. Well, okay, you might be thinking, well, you can go knight to f6, trying to stop pawn to e4. Remember, he did just go knight back to d7. So to bring the knight back to f6 would be a bit strange, although not completely ridiculous. If this were to happen, it would leave b6 more vulnerable, because the knight is defending it if it is on d7. And actually, if bishop c7, the best move is knight back to d7, which would be pretty hilarious. And I mean, here, e4 could be played, right? By getting the knight away from defending e4. And after something like bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, knight e5 is quite strong, but okay, let's just say rook e4 for the sake of argument. Pietro has the bishop pair. Black has these weak doubled pawns. I think that white is the only one playing for a win here. And if black tries to hang on to the bishop pair, then knight e5 is quite strong. Because after knight takes e5, d takes e5, this knight is under attack. And if this knight moves, then b6 is going to be hanging. So the best move would be for his opponent to counterattack the bishop. So if bishop takes d7, rook takes c7, the bishop retreats, and the game goes on. Pietro will probably win back his pawn. But okay, he has this very strong pawn on e5, and this bishop doesn't have all that much of a future. It's blocked in on this side by his own pawn, and Pietro can build a big pawn wall on the king side once he wins this e-pawn to keep the bishop out this way. And if this pawn comes to c4, it's going to be a bit of a goner. I mean, c4 could even be played by white to keep the pawn on c5 forever. And then his bishop just has no future. So that would be really interesting, actually. That would be really, really interesting. But, okay. Castles, rook fe1. I mean, the speed at which this is being played clearly indicates that Pietro is well within his preparation. Which is great. But, as you can see, the position is zeros. But proving it from the black perspective could be rather difficult. So, okay, what else does the computer like in this position? Because black has got, I would say, three main things that he's got to be watching out for. He's got to be watching out for pawn e4. Pawn e4 could be very dangerous. He also has to be watching out for ideas of knight h4, chasing down this bishop and trying to win the bishop pair. He also is going to really struggle to get rid of this bishop from the b5 square. And this bishop is applying an immense amount of pressure and could retreat whenever it wants to, really. So it's really difficult for black to play this position, and e5 looks basically impossible. So I'll be back in a second, guys. Give me 1 minute. All right, we back. Still no move from Luca. He seems to be getting almost under an hour now, which is great news for Pietro, who could be up about half an hour on the clock very early on in this game, which is brilliant. Nguyen Dinkoy is saying, I'd love to play for c4 in these positions. Okay, well, let's see what happens. So let's say black wastes a move. Is c4 viable? Well, it's not losing, so that's good. But what is accomplished? Well, I would say that by playing rook fe1, e4 is clearly what you want to be going for, because otherwise, why is the rook on e1? But okay, let's say instead, instead of going rook e1, let's say Pietro had played rook c1, playing for c4. Well, firstly, black could go c4 himself, shutting down that possibility, and basically saying, why is your rook on c1? That's really silly. And then after a move like rook f to e1, e4 really needs to be played. And if it is played, then, I mean, brilliant. c4 is weak. The e file is going to open up. Everything is great. But black will just play knight to f6, stopping e4, and then the white rooks look a little bit silly. So I think to play c4, you really need a rook on c1. But the moment a rook goes to c1, black will play c4 himself, stopping c4, and then white's plans make no sense. So I see what you're saying with wanting to go for c4, but I think the problem is that black can very easily stop c4. Stopping e4, though, is much more difficult. So that would be my interpretation of that. Really interesting position, though. And, okay, his opponent still thinking. I think he's almost below an hour on the clock, if I'm correct. I think he's literally about to go under an hour. Yeah, he's just gone under an hour. I can just about make it out on the big live stream. That's not good news for Luca. Although an hour is still plenty of time, of course. There's lots that can happen in an hour. Yeah, a dream is a dream. Yeah. I mean, c4 just doesn't make as much sense compared to e4, basically. That would be the way that I see this position. But right, alright. What is black going to do? What is black going to do? Like I said, if knight to f6 is played, then it leaves b6 undefended, and the knight will have to come back, and e4 will happen regardless. The engine prefers taking on c5 first, which I find strange. bc5, e4, what's the point? Take. I don't actually know what the point of that is. Oh, wait, no, maybe it's to open up the d file. So let's say take, rook f c8, kicking the bishop out, bishop back to g3. Let's say knight f6, rook back. Let's say rook d8, maybe. Okay, now there's issues here. Okay. Oh, right, so I think the point is that by taking on c5, you're creating problems of getting a passed a pawn for black. I think that's the idea. Whereas if you don't take, then black has the option to take you, and then if you take here, he still has his b pawn to stop your a pawn from marching down the board. So I think that's the idea. But okay, let's just say that e4 is played immediately, for the sake of argument. As I said before, these positions are super, super hard, because everything seems to be opening up in white's favour, basically. Now, the game is not over, but it's going to get very difficult for black to hold on to this if he is not careful. Someone coming to look at the game, admiring Pietro's position. Pietro going for his second wonder of the game, I believe, which, I mean, yeah, he has every right to be feeling very confident here, and he looks very relaxed. I think you can see by his... that guy's impressed with Pietro's position. Yeah, it's a great position. And by the way, the position on the board is rook fe1 here. So, yeah, I mean, this is just gorgeous. It's really... Positionally, I'm a massive fan of this. This looks very comfortable to play. Even though the engine gives zeros here. Like, actually as a human, trying to play this position with the black pieces, very, very difficult. Very difficult to do. And he's down to like 55 minutes now, which is not great. So, okay. Let's say h6. Giving the bishop a way out. Here the engine is a fan of h3. Giving this bishop a way out. Which, sure. And, oh, actually, one of the ideas here is after g5, you could retreat the bishop. You could even hop the knight in. But also g4. What on earth is this? Okay. If the bishop drops back, then this bishop drops back. And e4 is still ready to go. Although here there is f5. Trying to fight against e4. Ooh, that's really interesting. I think this would be a great attempt by black. Although, after something like gf5, bishop f5, if e4 lands, that could be very dangerous. So let's say king g2, keeping an eye on the knight and on the h3 pawn. Here, the only real move would be knight f6 for black, according to the engine. Let's say something like rook c8 was played. Then e4 and the position blows up. This is what I'm saying. Oh, wait, no. Black has made a move. Black has made a move. Hold on. What has he played? Played rook f to c8. That is one of the best moves. So he maintains equality. So good find. Now, what's the point of rook fc8? Well, it defends the knight, but also the biggest thing that it does is it stops bishop c7. That's the biggest thing, really. But e4 can be played. it doesn't stop e4. But okay, let's say e4 is played, and bishop e4, and knight e4, d e4, and rook e4. Let's say all this happens. Let's say cd4, knight d4. I mean, black has to be careful. He can't trade everything, because if he takes on d4, then bishop d7 hits the rook, the knight is hanging, the game is over. Because after bishop here, let's say knight moves, attacking this rook, bishop c8, knight a1, bishop b7. I mean, here Pietro is up a pawn, but a4 is defended, and this knight is wildly out of position. b6 probably falls as well. So, okay, let's say the pawn takes, and then the knight... I mean, here, knight e5 is actually stronger. Knight e5 is stronger. I think his opponent's done an incredible job of maintaining the balance here, I will say. Very, very difficult stuff. Did Pietro win round 2 versus the kid? He did not, unfortunately. He did not. He should have drawn. He should have drawn. He had an endgame where he was actually a pawn up, but his opponent had too much activity in the end, and Pietro's position unfortunately crumbled. So, yeah, very unfortunate. But I mean, yeah, the possibility of e4 is good. It's not winning. It's good, though. And I think even though the engine gives zeros, it creates a lot of complications. And considering Pietro is miles ahead on the clock, I think that would definitely be a good thing to go for. Why is he playing another 2100? Well, my guess would be that what normally happens, it's a pairing system that I can't remember the name for, but what it will do is so Pietro is on 1 point out of 2, right? So it will take all the people with 1 point out of 2, split them in half, and then it will take, like, out based on rating. So it will do the rating from top to bottom, split them in half, and then the person at the bottom of the top half will play the person at the bottom of the bottom half. So it kind of means that the higher rated players can get rid of the lower rated players, in theory. Is that sugar, less cookies? No, it's a cracker. It is a cracker. Don't ask me why, but I just eat them plain. I've always done that. I mean, it tastes of nothing, but I kind of like it. Is this another game? Blub, blub, blub. Another game compared to what? This is against the 2100, if that's what you mean. Yeah, it's some kind of Swiss system, but that's quite a common way for tournaments to pair people. So my guess would be that that's what's happened here. It is just harder for lower rated players. They do just get matched against the higher rated ones, because in theory, you want to do that because the lower rated players should be getting beaten by the higher rated players and knocked out of the tournament, as it were. So it does make sense from an organization standpoint, but it is frustrating if you are a lower rated player. Most normal English flavor, plain crackers. Absolutely, Tanner. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I just love my plain food. What can I say? If it's beige, then I'm gonna be very happy about it. So, okay, Pietro's still thinking here. And the position on the board, by the way, is rook f2, c8. And like I said, e4 is playable, but it's not the only option. h3 is another way to go. You're looking for g4. So, okay, let's say h3 is played. I would argue it's difficult for black to come up with a move here that isn't just stopping white. Because the thing is, if black tries himself to go e5, one, there's knight h4, and this bishop is going to be lost. So let's say knight h4, bishop c2, rook e to c1. Here apparently... Wait, what? Oh, bishop a4 is an idea. That's really interesting. Can you guys figure out, while I eat some cracker, why bishop a4 can be played? Why can bishop a4 be played? Come on, guys. We're not going to continue until you can tell me why. Yes, Nguyen, absolutely. There is a fork at the end of the line. So after bishop a4, there is g5, forking the knight and the bishop and punishing the knight for coming out to h4. The story isn't actually over just yet, though, because the knight can come to f5, attacking this bishop. So if you take this bishop, then knight e7 ends the game, because after knight e7 is bishop d7. So black would be forced to take on f5, and after the bishop retreats to h2, I mean, white has the bishop pair. His opponent is up a pawn, but I guess one of the problems is going to be d5. d5 could be hard to defend. And if a move like c4 is played, then bishop c2 looking at f5. And let's say... I mean, how do you defend that? I mean, you can't. If you push f4, then just ef4. And white regains his extra pawn and just has a much better position with the bishop pair. So, yeah, that's a really nice position, actually. So this is still very dangerous. Very, very dangerous for black. So this is the position on the board, by the way. If you're confused, this is what is currently here. So while e4 is playable, I think it's definitely a good idea to go after this bishop. Now, what Pietro may be thinking is how he can make knight h4 happen. Because, I mean, his bishop is covering h4, so we can't go for it. So the other way to chase the bishop would be h3, as we're discussing. And as I said, black can't just go for his own thing with f6, because knight h4 happens, even e4 happens, and e6 is weak. I mean, you know, if e4 in this position, d4, knight e4, like, e6 is going to be very weak at the end of the line. And here, I mean, cd4 is apparently the only move for black. And after knight d4, cd4, this knight is hanging. So the knight has to retreat to f8 to defend on e6. And then, like, knight d6 is a move, g4 is an idea. This bishop is really, really well placed. And, like, after takes and takes, the only moves for black, rook d8, bishop f8, king f8, g4, winning the pawn. I mean, even if black wins the pawn back, material is equal. But this rook is coming to c7. And that's going to be pretty devastating. So there is a lot to happen in this position. And like I said, at some point, e4 has to be played. But if it's played immediately, black should be okay. After something like takes, rook takes, and something like cd4, knight d4. Here g5 is the move. Apparently that's a bit of a strange move, I will say. But even in this position, white has a 3-on-2 on the queen side, which should be nice in terms of creating a passed pawn. He also has the bishop pair. His bishops are very well placed. And black's pawns are doubled and isolated. So, I mean, the engine likes g5 here. Let's just say g5 is played. Let's just say. And the bishop goes back. And the knight comes to f6 with tempo. And the rook goes back. And the knight takes on d4. And the c takes d4. And yeah, he does go for e... Wait, is that e4? Yeah, that is e4. While h3 is interesting, I have to say I think e4 is the way to go. It's concrete. White can't be worse here. He simply can't be worse. Because the only real way for black to try to fight back seems to be involving taking on d4 at some point. But whenever that happens, the b pawns are just doubled and isolated, and there's a 3v2. Even if this pawn has to take on d4 and it's a 2v2, even then these pawns are so weak. So weak. And Pietro could go for a setup with the pawn on b3 and the bishop on c4, and everything is supported over here very nicely. So I think it's super easy to play. I think e4 is a great move, and I think that although the engine gives this position zeros, this is hard. This is hard for black. All right. Let's just catch up with the chat. Oh, okay. Let's catch up. Does chess really increase an individual's intelligence? I don't know. I mean, I would say so. Oh, okay. His opponent plays very quickly. Very quickly. This isn't actually as easy a decision as it seems. Like, these captures are not the same. Because after bishop e4, you have to take on e4 and trade the minor pieces. If d takes e4, there is actually a stronger move than knight takes e4. Can you guys see what the stronger move is? I mean, it's only very minorly... It's only stronger by a small amount. But can you see what it is? And yeah, so I don't think it's trivial as to which piece takes on e4 at all. I think his opponent maybe could have spent a bit more time there, because it seems like an important-ish decision. Can you guys see what the move that Pietro has now is? What move exists? And it's a move we've looked at several times already in various positions because it is an important move. Not knight h4. You're on the right track. You're on the right track because, I mean, the knight has to move, right? But if knight h4, you just lose the knight. So, okay, you can't do that. Can't do that. What's the move after de4 that could be played? Knight g5. No, not knight g5. Not knight g5. Not knight c4. Because remember, this knight is hanging. This knight is hanging. There is another possibility that deals with the fact that the knight is hanging. Knight e5. Yes, Nguyen, that is correct. It is knight e5. And knight e5, basically, in many positions, Pietro wants to go knight e5. But the difference is, if Luca takes on e4 with the bishop, then you can't go knight e5. Because after something like knight e5, de5, the bishop just retreats and black is up a clean pawn. But his opponent took with the d pawn. So now if knight e5, and let's say knight de5 and d takes e5, now this pawn is still going to be lost. It still can't be defended. So the plan of going knight to e5 is accelerated. And we would get a very similar position, actually, to one I was mentioning earlier, where black would have to be very careful that this bishop doesn't just get shut out of the game forever. Because if white builds up a pawn wall like this, because of black's own pawn wall over here, which can't advance because of white's well-placed pieces, this bishop would just have no diagonal that he could use to get into the game. They just all shut off. All of them are shut off. So I think it is rather dangerous. It's rather dangerous for black in this position. And we'll see if Pietro goes for knight to e5 or not. Now, if he just does take on e4, that's perfectly reasonable. Yeah, he does go for it. I would say knight e5 is more of an engine line, to be fair, because it's assuming that you have time to pick up the e4 pawn at a later date, which, if you're a human, you don't necessarily know is going to be the case. So, okay, knight takes e4. And, okay, immediately your eyes should be wandering towards the d6 square and thinking, okay, can a knight or a bishop go to d6? That would be very nice. You should also be considering the fact that if the e-file opens up, then something like takes, and rook takes e7 will win the game. How can we open up the d-file? Sorry, the e-file. Well, d5 could open up the e-file potentially. So let's say, for example, h6 is played. Then, after something like knight to g3 attacking the bishop, let's say the bishop drops back to g6, then d5 would end the game. Would simply end the game, which is a very important detail. Because, of course, if this is taken, then bishop takes, b takes, and rook takes e7 is very problematic. So your eyes, you know, if you want to improve at chess, there's a useful concept, which, I mean, you could call several different things, but personally, I refer to as, I think Naroditsky used to refer to it as this, actually. It's kind of like latent or potential energy. The fact that this rook is aligned with this bishop, the fact that this bishop sees these knights, the fact this pawn could come to the d5 square with tempo, isn't necessarily going to win you the game, but it has the potential in the future to create tactical possibilities, right? Where there is potential in the position because the white pieces are well placed, if that makes sense. So it is a difficult position for black. And here, according to the engine, there are only 2 moves for black that hold the balance. And this also refers to another concept, which I actually hear Agad Mator talk about a lot, where he says not all equal positions are equally equal. And I love that. I absolutely love that idea, where it's basically like, okay, the engine says that this is zeros, sure. But to maintain equality, black either has to take on e4 or take on d4. If he does anything else, then white is just better, right? So, can you really say that a position where only 2 moves maintain the balance, can you say that is as equal as a position where there's 10 moves that maintain the balance? No, obviously you can't say they're the same thing. So although both of them have a computer evaluation of 0.00, they are not equally equal. And I love that idea. And this is one of those types of positions where, okay, in theory it's equal, but prove it. Difficult to prove it. So I hope that makes sense, guys. Yes, Tanner, absolutely. It is why positional chess is very important in creating tactics. Very, very true. Because Pietro's pieces are well placed. They're positionally well placed so that tactics can flow from his position. Derek says, is this the live board position, Alex? I've been out walking my dog. Well, we're 15 minutes behind. We're 15 minutes behind the actual game because it's technically illegal to stream the live position of the game for cheating purposes. But yes, this is effectively the live position as far as we are concerned. Really nice position for Pietro. I really like what he's doing here. I think he's got a very good chance of beating his opponent. I think what is going to be... Well, I would say 3 things are probably important here. Firstly is time usage. Pietro needs to make sure that he doesn't get too comfortable with his lead on the clock, because if he spends too long in a couple of positions, that time advantage could be wiped out immediately. So he needs to be a bit careful about that. Secondly, he probably feels as though he should be better because he's executed e4, and although I don't play the London, I believe that executing e4, similar to the Sicilian, where executing d5 is one of the main ideas of the opening, where if d5 in the Sicilian or e4 in the London can be played, then you should be better. He needs to make sure that he doesn't fall into a potential trap of thinking just because he's managed to go e4 that he is better, and that it could lead him to overextend his position and end up collapsing by trying to push too hard for a win. So he needs to be aware of that as well. The third thing is that his opponent might start to feel as if he needs to do something drastic, and Black could go for something drastic and try to create complications, particularly against a lower rated player, which, you know, he obviously knows Pietro is lower rated. So Black could try something drastic to create complications, and Pietro needs to try to keep his cool in those types of positions, which isn't necessarily easy. So I would say those are the 3 main things that we need to keep an eye on as the game progresses. Is this the same game going on? Yes, it is. It's a classical game. What is the times on the clock? I think Black is getting just below 50 minutes, and I think Pietro is at about 1 hour 10. Nguyen has been reading books on positional chess. Nice. I don't really know why it's illegal, to be honest. I don't think it actually makes any sense to have the stream 15 minutes behind. I think it's just a random rule they put in place to attempt to stop cheating. I don't really know. Oh, is chess A to Z here? Yes, he is. I liked your I just realized it was you. I liked your commentary in the previous round, bro. I liked that. Pietro is a scary player in this tournament. He's really disrupting these higher level players. He is, yes, he is. And it's really impressive. Really, really impressive. I watched some of his games from the Amsterdam Open. And I think in round 1, he did an excellent job of creating a very complicated game for his opponent to try and maneuver. And obviously ended up winning because of it. Second game, though, the thing is, he played a very good game, but he lost his nerve towards the end. He needs to try to make sure he doesn't do that again. But the time situation on the clock is definitely going to play a role here. How would you suggest me to improve my positional play? I don't know. Positional play is a difficult one. I think, for me, I improved my positional play mostly by either watching YouTube videos about where people would analyze chess games who were quite good at the game and would talk through the positional ideas. But also, when you're analyzing your own games, when you see a move by the engine that you don't understand, dig a bit deeper. See what it wants. See if it wants a piece on a particular square, because there's specific positional implications which you might not have even considered. that helped me a lot. What are your thoughts on Pietro's chess style? I think a lot of it is very principled. I don't know what Kramnik's body language is like, but he looks relatively relaxed, although he's, out of his theory at this point, so he's having to think a bit more for himself. Okay. His opponent takes on e4. So, we can assume rook takes c4, of course. And Pietro has the bishop pair. Brilliant. In theory, white should be the one pushing for a win, and black shouldn't have a chance at pushing for a win here, in theory. But it's never that simple, right? Because after something like cd4, knight d4, if knight d4 is played, we've already established that this knight is hanging. But let's say rook d4 is played, just for the sake of argument, and we get something like knight to f6, and let's say rook ad1. Oh, is his opponent moved? Oh, wait. Hold on. What's he played? What has he played? Knight to f6. Okay, attacking the rook. Okay, yeah, same idea. So, what I'm trying to say is that we are very likely to get a position where white has an isolated pawn on d4, right? What I was showing in the previous line is if, by some miracle, white can get a position where he has this 3 versus 2, and he keeps these pawns together, this should be a rather not easy win, but a 2-result game at that point, because the 3 versus 2 is way too strong, particularly because these pawns are doubled, and white has the bishop pair. But by his opponent going knight to f6 first, what he is trying to do is, right, so like knight f6, let's say the rook goes back to e2, so that, they're preparing to double up somewhere. After cd4, knight d4, and cd4, although white should be better, this pawn is now isolated. Which means that also because black has really good control over the d5 square, which is the square in front of the isolated pawn, it's going to be very hard for Pietro to get rid of his isolated pawn. And it's going to be a weakness basically permanently, right? Which could be very difficult to actually win if that is the case, if that makes sense. Now, if by some miracle, I'm trying to set up some position, let me think a second. If by some really weird miracle, let's just shuffle a sec. Let me just think a sec. I'm just trying to put up some really dumb position. Let's come here, here, and here. You get rid of the e pawn and the d pawn. Now, white is significantly better. Let's say bishop c5, right? White is significantly better now because the bishop pair can operate very well in a more open position. But without the isolated pawn, if we go back, right? With the isolated pawn, it's zeros. If all you do is get rid of the isolated pawn and get rid of one of black's pawns as well, right? So material is equal. White is almost winning. That's how problematic the isolated d-pawn is. Not only is the d-pawn a weakness, but it also, right, let's go back to the live position. If this happens in some way where there's an isolated d4 pawn, which I think will happen, it will mean that Pietro will always have to be babysitting this pawn, trying to defend it against rooks coming over here and knight hopping into d5 and maneuvering around the pawn. And the black position is pretty solid, to be honest. It's pretty solid. Okay, we have rook e back to e1. I thought rook e2 made slightly more sense, so that you're ready to double up somewhere. And also, if cd4, knight d4, knight d4, and cd4, this rook could come into c2. Whereas if the rook is on e2, you prevent any infiltration on c2. Although, Pietro may be planning to go cd4. That might be the idea. Which, I'm not sure if it's that big a deal, to be fair. I'm not sure if you'd want a knight trade there or not. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Okay. Yes, we have cd4, of course, which we were expecting. So cd4 is the live position. And the question is, how will Pietro take? Does he want a knight trade or not? Because if he goes for a knight trade, then the problem is that the rook comes into c2. Which feels very uncomfortable. There are some interesting ideas, though. Because if cd4... not cd4. If knight d4, knight d4, cd4, rook c2, ideas like rook to c1 could exist, trying to sack the pawn and infiltrate on c7, but I guess the problem is always just knight d5. Yeah. There's just knight d5. I mean, okay, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get to take on b7. Here, white is the one pushing. Like, knight d5 now, bishop e5. Okay. So, I have to say that he takes with the pawn. Although the engine prefers knight takes, from a practical perspective, I think this is the best idea. Because if you were to take with the knight, after knight takes, pawn takes, rook c2, here you basically have to go rook e2 to keep this rook out and defend. But after rook a to c8, for example, here after rook c2, rook c2, rook c1, you can't take because of this followed by this. So let's say here, 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 and here. White is not getting mated because the bishop covers and this is lost. If knight d7, then you just win the knight. So that means that basically, if he were to have taken with the knight, he should have gone rook e2. Because then, if cd4, knight d4, knight d4, and cd4, you're covering the c2 infiltration already, right? So, okay. And the thing is, it's very difficult to move back to e1 and then come back to e2 and admit you're wrong. So, I have to say, I think I like this decision. And he's also made the decision quickly. It's not life or death. It's not life or death as to which one he goes for. So, I think this is a good decision. Do you know the time situation? Pietro he's somewhere over an hour. His opponent is on 45 minutes. So, really good time situation. Really, really good. Looks very positive. So, okay, cd4. How does black continue? Well, the obvious move is knight to d5. Right? This is a great square, brilliant outpost. The knight can never be kicked out because you don't have a c-pawn or an e-pawn to kick it out with, and it stops this pawn from ever advancing and trying to trade itself off, which is great. Here, the engine likes bishop e3, which I find very strange, offering the bishop for a trade. But I suppose it allows for f takes e3, meaning this pawn is no longer isolated. And his opponent does go for knight d5. His opponent's speeding up on the clock a bit here. So knight d5 on the board, attacking the bishop. And I suppose the question is, where do you move the bishop? What do you guys think? Let me know. Where should Pietro put the bishop while I just go for a second? All right. What are people saying? D2, G3, C1. Yeah, so C1 doesn't really make sense, does it? Let's be real. Why would you put the bishop on C1? Yeah, I agree. Bishop C1 serves no function. B2 is never going to be under attack anytime soon, so there's no need. So, okay, C1's out of the question. So it seems like we're deciding between G3 and D2. I've got a honey sandwich, by the way, because my throat is killing me. So I thought getting a bit of honey in might help. It's also just really nice. I don't know if this is a thing in other countries, like honey sandwiches, but it's a really like normal thing in England. If bishop g3, I would be worried for bishop f6, rook ed1 and knight b4. Okay, if bishop here, rook ed1. Pietro does go back to d2, which I don't mind. Now, the bishop on d2 is well placed. It is controlling all of the forwards movement of this knight, which is a relationship that many of you will be aware of, particularly if you watch my channel. And it's never going to come under attack, right? The downside is that it blocks the d file up. So that is a downside of the move. Now, I think that bishop d2 is probably a safe move. If white wanted to push, I think bishop e3 would be the move. And my reasoning would be that because this bishop is now defending d4, the knight can try and come into e5 in some positions. So, for example, let's say h6 is played. Then knight e5, it's not an amazing move because of knight c to b4. But let's just say that this is taken. After de5, this transformation of the structure is very good for white, for Pietro. Because it opens this bishop up. I mean, this could be taken, sure. But now this pawn is no longer isolated. And I mean, yes, this is probably a draw because of opposite colored bishops. But like, Pietro is against a 21-42. He doesn't mind the draw. And his opponent can't go for that because his opponent can't accept a draw. He needs to try and push for a win, which is another interesting dynamic that this game will potentially see, where his opponent really can't afford to go for a draw here. He has to go for a win. Boiled water might be good, yeah. I'm really not a fan of hot drinks, though. Never in my life have I heard of honey sandwiches. Where are you from, Red Hammer? It's a really common thing in England, though. It's normally is like a bit of a treat to children, but I just really like them, so it's a bit of a treat to me as well. The blockade on d5. Yeah. So, okay. Bishop back to d2 is the position on the board. So let's scrap the bishop e3 stuff. Pietro doesn't need to win. He needs to try and draw, realistically, at this point, because of this d-pawn. There is still chess to be played, though. This is not a simple draw. I would say bishop to f6 seems very natural for black, applying more pressure to the d4 pawn. And how do you deal with that? Well, the obvious answer seems to be to take on c6 to remove the attacker. If bc6, well, it does undouble the pawns, but it creates a weakness on c6, because if this pawn ever advances to c5, then Pietro can trade off his isolated d-pawn. Now, obviously, you need to secure the a4 pawn first before playing rook to c1. And you need to be careful of, if take b2 hanging. So there are complications, but it is worth noting that if bishop f6 and bishop to c6 is played, bc6 is not an automatic move, even though it looks very principled. As I was explaining to a student of mine, Adam, he's like a 1400 player. He's quite a good 1400. I was trying to get across to him that he's a very principled player, but I think one of the things holding him back currently is that he needs to learn when to break the rules. And breaking the rules is kind of like this position where the principle would be, well, if you can undouble your pawns, then why wouldn't you? But I think that taking with the rook is actually the better move. Going for an active rook on the c-file rather than playing purely by principles, and also taking into consideration the fact that the d-pawn being isolated is actually a bigger deal than the doubled b-pawns. Because yes, okay, the b-pawns are doubled, but how is white going to target them? The b-file isn't open. The d-file is open, though, right? And if bc6 is played, well, the c-file is open, so white could actually target that pawn. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of, like, if you're trying to get better at chess, you can't necessarily just stick by the rules in like a computer-like manner. It will help you in the vast majority of positions, but not always. And learning when to break those rules isn't easy. It isn't easy, but it's necessary if you want to improve. So I hope that makes sense. Winning with black is hard. Yes, it is. But the thing is, you're also thinking about that from like a grandmaster level. I mean, even in grandmaster games, you see people with the black pieces winning. It's not impossible by any means. Even if you get into an equal endgame, you can still win with black. So, winning with black is harder than winning with white, sure. Also depends how you play, though. Michael Timney is sat with his mince and dumplings. Mate, that is class. I love that. I have no idea what I'm having for dinner. My girlfriend is making dinner, and I don't know what she's going to make, but I'm looking forward to it regardless. We've got a chicken in the fridge, and I kind of hope she's going to do the chicken, but we'll see. I'd like to try honey sandwich. Yeah, Mansi Garj. It is awesome. It is awesome. Kumar's asking, can knight b4 still be played by black in the current position? So if you're wondering, the current position is bishop to d2. Knight b4, okay, well, I would assume you want to move this knight to b4, because this knight is doing a great job over here. I think the problem with, well, actually, let's put it to the chat. What could be, if black is trying to win this game, what could be the issue with putting a knight on b4? Right? This is a positional question. Give me your best answer. If you think you're wrong, don't worry. Just put in the chat what you're thinking. Because you might be right. You might be partly right. You might be identifying something else in the position. You might also just be correct. So knight b4 is interesting. But why might black not want to play it if he's pushing for a win here? Which black is doing, by the way, because he's higher rated. Let's see. What do you guys think? These types of questions are the types of things that will help you get much, much better at chess. What is the time control, Kian? It is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment. Rooks get traded. No, I'm thinking more conceptual. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. You snap this. Immediately you snap it. Let's say bishop b4 and rook c1. Maybe the rooks get traded, sure. That's not the problem. The problem here is black can't win this. Not easily. And have you guys seen? It might allow white to get rid of their isolated pawn. No, not really. Rook c1 does initiate trades, but a rook trade isn't so bad. A bishop b4 does not remove the blockade on b5, no, because even if the knight were to take, the knight can always come back. The problem is that we have opposite colored bishops, ladies and gents. We have opposite colored bishops. So this is going to be very difficult for black to win now, if that were to occur. Because, okay, let's say rook ec1, bishop back maybe. Okay, how on earth is black playing for a win? I don't see it. King f1 looks very good. Just trying to get the king over to d2, trade both pairs of rooks off, somehow trade the knights, and just draw. Remember, black also has these doubled pawns, so black doesn't want to initiate too many trades. He needs to play for activity. So black has actually made a move, which I have not seen. What has he played? He's gone knight to a5. Yeah, knight to a5. That's an interesting move. So some of you might be saying, well, Alex, isn't that the exact same thing as you were just saying with knight b4? Like, the bishop just takes. Well, there's actually a difference here. There's a difference. You guys should, I assume, be able to tell what the difference is. Why is this better for black than this? What is the difference in terms of the trades on b4 or a5? What changes? I'm going to need an answer. Because remember, black is pushing for a win. If nothing else, just because of the rating difference. It gets rid of the doubled pawn. Yes. Yes, it does. And now, if takes and takes, it's not taking on c6 like in the previous line, but it's taking on a5. That does two things. Well, three things. One, it secures the b4 square forever. b4 is always going to be an outpost for black. For example, he could put the knight there and monitor this d-pawn from the b5 square by stopping it ever coming to d5. Two, it undoubles the pawns, but the pawn is now on the a file and it can't be seen by the white rook, whereas on the c file, if this capture happened like it did earlier on in some analysis we were doing, a rook could see the c-pawn from c1. Three, it keeps this rook on the open c file, whereas, and yes, it does take some pressure off of a4, but this bishop is always defending a4 anyway, and this bishop doesn't have a better diagonal to be on for the time being, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. And here white would have to be very, very careful. He probably has to try and trade rooks. Here the engine likes rook d8, but I think bishop f6 makes more sense personally, just applying pressure to the d4 pawn. And here, the game goes on. Probably the white king tries to come into the game somehow, maybe to e4 even. But white always has to watch out for knight b4 stuff. e5 maybe at some point, if there's tactical reasons, of course. But this game could also be a dead draw. So let's say like g3 and e5 is played and something like takes and takes. Obviously, this wouldn't be played. But let's just say for the sake of argument that this sort of position happens. This could even be better for white now. I've got to say, I'm not really sure why this is better for white. Probably because this rook is on an open file, like both of them are, whereas both of the black rooks aren't. So yeah, I don't know about that. But this would effectively be a draw, because now white's weakness is gone. The pawn structures are completely symmetrical. And, I mean, neither side is going to be able to win this position. So, black also has to be careful that white doesn't manage to trade too much. Now, obviously, this is the live position, not this. This, after knight to a5, is the live position. This capture wouldn't be ridiculous. Because what happens if you don't? Well, this knight is obviously coming into b3. And it's quite annoying on b3. It's quite annoying. So, okay, what would you play here with the white pieces? What does white play? Pawns aren't bad when you can't target them. Bishop plants itself on b4. Yeah, that's the big thing, really. Rooks can get active. Yeah, down the c-file, the rooks can get very, very active. So, what would you play with white? This is not an easy decision. Black is doing a great job of making this difficult for Pietro. Really, really good job by his opponent. What are we thinking, guys? Okay, well, we have Pietro's move, and it's bishop a5. I have to say I like that. I do like that. And I think that's a sign that he is playing for a draw. Because the other idea is rook c1. So that if knight b3 is played, you can take on c8, and after rook takes c8, the engine wants bishop to e3. But, I mean, this is scary. The rook could come into c2. No, not c1. Into c2. And this is just, I mean, a bit concerning. Like, let's just say rook b1, and okay, maybe you survive this with white, but this is miserable. So I'm a big fan of this bishop a5 move. I think that's a very mature decision. So we have bishop a5. Yeah, he takes back with the pawn, of course. And here, to be honest, after rook ac1, yeah, bishop f6 and black could try and fight for a win. But the problem with trading off one of the knights for the dark squared bishop is that there is constantly the problem of the opposite color bishop endgame. Because even if white loses this d4 pawn, if white can get, you know, the knights off the board, the rooks off the board, it's just going to be a draw. It's just going to be a draw because of opposite color bishops. What do we think, chat? What do we think in terms of the result of this game? Do we think Pietro will win, the draw, or that Luca will win? What do we think? Can we get predictions in? Can we get predictions in? The position on the board is this. This is the position. I mean, personally, I think that rook ac1 is the only move to go for. We don't have to worry about any knight f4 stuff. The knight can't go anywhere. The bishop covers. The bishop can sit on b5 forever. And it can always come back if it really needs to. I mean, you can't allow the rook in. So, yeah, rook ac1 played. Good move from Pietro. I mean, it's the only real move. This looks like a draw. But I guess this is more so of a 2-result game at this point, where either they draw or black wins because of this isolated d pawn. The problem is for black, yes, this pawn is very weak. It's true. But he also has to be careful of his own queenside pawns. He can't invest too much time into going after the d pawn because his own pawns could falter. Also, worth considering, if bishop f6, Pietro could have ideas of knight e5, blocking this attack. And, if this is ever taken, takes, okay, maybe the knight could be tricky, but it's never going to be enough, really, to win the game. Like, I mean, here, knight e7 is suggested by the engine. F4, g3, and I mean, like, okay, the knight could sit on a nice square on f5, but so what? Like, it's not going anywhere. And don't know, if anything, this bishop is better than this knight. Keeping an eye on the pawn, watching an important diagonal over here and over here. This is nice. And if a move like rook d8 is ever played, rook d1, then there's nothing. If takes and rook here, then, I mean, black has to watch out for ideas like rook to d7. Here the engine suggests g4. Point being that if knight back, then rook d7 comes with a fork. But let's just say that doesn't exist. Let's say that doesn't even exist. And let's just say, okay, yeah, this rook might be trying to infiltrate, so maybe you go bishop d3 to stop that and threaten to take and just get a drawn endgame. It's going to be so difficult for black to play this. So difficult. Because, as well, if you ever take here and takes back, well, you can never challenge the c-file again. And if you try something like takes and rook d8 to try and gang up on the d4 pawn, I mean, you could do that. Maybe that's a way to play, but I think ideas like knight e5 are decent. I mean, g3 probably makes the most sense, giving the king some luft, preparing ideas of rook c7 if this knight ever moves. So let's say, I don't know, knight b4, rook c7. I mean, this is just brilliant for white. Let's say it's prepared with bishop f6, king g2, knight b4, rook c7 here. Even now, this is better for white, even though it doesn't come with a fork. I mean, you can't take this with the rook. If you take with the bishop, I mean, after takes this back rank mate, sure. Let's say there isn't back rank mate even. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that black brings the rook back and you take on b7. Well, now only white can win. By trading the d pawn for the b pawn, only white can win this position because of his 2-on-1 on the queen side. Also, with pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop is typically going to be better than the knight. So, because the bishop can see both sides of the board at once and can travel between both sides of the board very quickly. So this is really difficult for Luca. Really difficult. Pietro has played incredibly well this game. I mean, don't get me wrong, Luca's also played very well, but okay. Sorry, I just need to catch up on the chat. There's a rule after 40 moves or something, there's no increment. I'm pretty sure, because I was watching the round 2 commentary by A to Z Chess, and he was saying that there was no increment after move 40. I'm not sure whether they get like 30 minutes added on, but the increment disappears. Maybe that. I'm not actually sure. I am like at the other side of the world. This is knight for me. It is 20-6 for me. Bishop should be worth 6 points because it controls double the square than knight. Yeah, except the bishop can only see half the squares on the chessboard, whereas the knight can see all of them. So that would be the trade-off, wouldn't it? I'm actually going to check to see if I can find the time control. Let me just see. Because Caravel Cup Roma. I want to see if I can find the actual time control. Because, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. There's some weird thing with the increment. Looks like, by the way, the top 3 boards have all drawn. Board 9 is drawn. Oh, there's an English guy playing. Oh, hell yeah. Edward Goldman. Love that. Is he the only English guy in the section? Yeah. There is another Swiss guy alongside Pietro. That's quite cool. Sorry, that's not what I was supposed to be doing. What is the time control? I don't know. I mean, all it says on the main page is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. So I don't know, actually. But, okay. Not entirely sure, but doesn't matter all that much. We'll see if we get there. But, you know, another 5-10 moves, the game could be in dead draw territory. And what I think is happening now is Luca, Pietro's opponent, is thinking, right, I haven't started this tournament amazing. I've got 1 point out of 2. I'm against this 1700, where I've used too much time in the opening. I should have been faster. I do have the isolated d-pawn to aim at, but there seems to be no good way to win it outright. And I cannot draw with this 1700. That's possibly what he's thinking. So he is, I would guess, trying his best to think up a way to play something tricky, to try to complicate the position and go for a win. I don't see any tricky ideas, though. I mean, let's say bishop b4, attacking the rook. The rook moves. Then what? I mean, that's it. Like, there's no more complications. Rook d8? Like, rook c2 is good, rook c4 is good. Preparing to double up. g3 just giving the king some luft. Probably the easiest move. Okay, rook ac8. As long as Pietro doesn't take here and give the c-file away, which would be a very bad idea, he just moves the knight, moves the king. I mean, what is there? The engine might jump between zeros and minus 0.1, minus 0.2, but, you know, that's not winning territory, is it? So this is very, very difficult for his opponent to try and find a way to win this. And normally I would say, oh, you know, it's boring draw. You know, let's get on with our day. But the problem is that this is not going to be just a boring draw. Pietro's opponent needs to win. And he's getting low on time as well. And the position is getting dry, which means he needs to try something drastic. Now, maybe he will be able to just think, okay, you know what? This guy has played very well. There's no good way through for me here. This is probably just going to be a draw. Maybe we even agree to a draw early, and I go have my dinner early, go to bed early, and we reset for the next day. I get a, you know, relatively easy pairing tomorrow because I've only got 1.5 out of 3, and we go from there. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I think that's an incredibly mature mindset to have. I'm not sure I would be able to have that personally. If, you know, I was playing like a 1600, I don't know if I'd be able to think like that. I mean, he doesn't look that old, so maybe maybe that's unlikely for him to think like that, but we'll see. He's obviously a very good chess player, so maybe he does. Centurion, who's your favorite chess player? I mean, Fischer would be the easy answer. I quite like Vincent Keimer. I'm a big fan of Vincent Keimer at the moment. Particularly a lot of his Caro Khan stuff, I think, is really, really cool. Yeah. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know if I also quite like Jan. I love Jan Nepomniachtchi. I really, really like him. So yeah, I forgot about Jan. Okay. Yeah, let me just see. How low on time is Black? 27 minutes. Down to 27 minutes. That's not a long time. I mean, they're only on move 20. But then again, you could probably play the rest of the game with like 5 minutes if you were just going for a draw, because it's not that complicated. Like, there's only one open file, so you could make that argument. But the thing is, in the previous round, Pietro had an endgame where he was actually up a pawn, but his opponent was much more active than him and he ended up throwing the game. Unfortunately so, but he threw the game. So I guess what Pietro is probably thinking right now is, right, I've done a really good job here. I've caught him in my preparation. I know that this is very hard for my opponent to win. I need a draw here. I'm happy with a draw here. 1.5 out of 3, considering he's one of the lowest seeds, is fantastic. But I have to hold my nerve, because I lost my nerve in the last game, and that would have been pretty crushing after having played so well for so long. So Pietro is probably thinking that this is more of a psychological thing. It's about holding his nerve and not doing anything drastic. Now, I think what is in his favor here is there's not really many drastic things he could do. I mean, a whole lot of moves here just don't do anything. Let's say bishop f6. I would say g3 is probably the best move here, giving the king some luft, right? Even if you played a move like bishop back to f1, is it good? No. Is it losing? Also no. So I think he also has leeway to play some, silly moves and get away with it, if that makes sense, right? So that's also worth noting, I think. So, okay. Can Pietro look to improve any of his pieces? Maybe the bishop could come to e4. Maybe that's a more active square. Maybe a move like bishop d3 makes sense to come to e4. Pressure on the knight, pressure on b7. Maybe. Maybe knight e5, bishop e2, bishop f3 with the same idea. Maybe. I mean, the simplest improving move is g3, though. Considering the rooks are the main pieces involved at the moment, protecting the back rank makes a lot of sense. Bringing the king up to g2 is very normal. Yeah, Fisher the humble guy. I actually wrote my university dissertation mostly on Fisher, believe it or not. That was quite an easy dissertation, actually. That was very easy. But yeah, like I said earlier on, knight f4 is never concerning. The light squares are fine. They're protected by the bishop. The bishop can't really be attacked by the knight. Something like knight c7 attacking the bishop. There is bishop d7 here winning an exchange because the rook can't move because the knight hangs. But even if the bishop were to retreat and not take advantage of it, let's just say, I mean, there's nothing. The knight probably just comes back. And here the engine actually does like bishop e4. And let's say something like bishop to f6. I mean, even bishop d5, ed5, and I would say knight e5, but knight e5 is a risky move because it forces you to give black a pass the e-pawn, so that is actually risky. But I mean, in this position, that's it. These pawns are stuck against each other. These pawns are all stuck against each other. This knight defends d4. This bishop can never do anything on d4. This pawn comes to b3. The bishop can't see the queenside pawns. That's it. The king comes to d3 and is very happy. So, black has to be careful about any kind of trade. Bishop for knight probably ends in a draw. Bishop for bishop maybe is trickier, but how are you going to trade the bishops? Knight for knight is going to be a draw because of the opposite color bishops. So my point is that even if you remove the bishop from b4, it doesn't really matter. The bishop has many good squares to go to. Would bishop d7 be a good way to force a rook trade? Potentially, yeah, potentially. So let's say something like bishop to f6, bishop to d7 attacking the rook. If something like rook takes and rook takes, yeah, that is interesting, to be fair. You do also have to consider that you would be inviting the rook to d8 with tempo. And after the bishop retreats, maybe there's a bit more time for attacking. I mean, the engine quite likes g5, trying to play g4. And if you go h3 trying to stop it, then h5 could be concerning. And if g4 is played, then h4. And I guess at some point f5 could be a problem, with some kind of passed pawn being created. So there are still possibilities. There are still possibilities, but they're very strange ideas, right? They're not all that natural. And again, Pietro is up on the clock. His opponent is down to what? 21 minutes? And he goes bishop b4. Okay. Well, as we said before, just rook ed1. Even rook f1 is fine, but bishop b4 doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Winning control of this diagonal is kind of irrelevant. I think his opponent's probably just, you know, hoping that Pietro goes for something like rook c8 and then gets to infiltrate on c2 or something. You know, that would be a dream for black. In this position, black could definitely try to win this. But as long as Pietro just leaves his rook on the c-file, he's fine. And he does go rook ed1. Very easy move. I think bishop f6 was the way to fight for a win, but maybe his opponent will just try to grind Pietro down. The problem is, though, is that there's so much time left on the clock that, like, for Pietro, particularly, Pietro's got just under an hour. There should be no way that he messes this up anytime soon. Yeah, and his opponent's starting to speed up. So, king f8. You know, as I was saying earlier, when I was saying not all equal positions are equally equal, because in some equal positions, there'll be like 1 or 2 moves that maintain equality. This is the kind of position where it's very equally equal, where, you know, in this position, black probably has about 10 moves that maintain equality. h6, h5, g6, king f8, king h8, bishop e7, bishop d6, bishop f8, rook d1, pawn b6, rook b8. All of these moves probably maintain equality. Knight f6, knight e7, knight b6, knight f4. All of these moves are probably equal. So this is a very equally equal position, if that makes sense. Like, and Pietro, I suppose, has slightly fewer moves that might maintain equality. But I've got to say, just something like king f1 to me looks very natural. Get the king over. This black king might come to e7. g3 keeping the knight out. I mean, king d6. Knight e5 is good, but even king e2 here. Bringing the king to d3 is very safe, by the way. Because if the king is on at d3, it defends d4 for a start. It can't be targeted on the d-file very easily because the d-file is closed. A rook can never come to c3 because the b-pawn protects. On a light square, the bishop can never target the king. And as long as the knight doesn't come to f4 or b4, you're fine. Now, the knight could come to b4, maybe. But even if it does, and the king's on d3, you can just move it to e3, for example, and you chill in again. And if the knight comes back with check, you just go back. Draw by repetition. So, yeah, Pietro should be able to draw this position, but he is using his time well. You might be thinking, come on now, like, what's the point in thinking? This is just a draw. Play some moves. It doesn't matter what you play. Everything's a draw. Well, no. I mean, there are ways to lose this. I have won more equal positions than this. I've lost equal positions like this as well. It can happen, right? Don't be too full of yourself just because the engine says it's zeros. Although, it ought to be a draw, right? There are ways to throw it, though. There are ways to throw it. But this is very good. And I mean, if he gets this draw here, I mean, that's an incredible result. Incredible result. Yeah, I think he's found some very good moves this game. Bishop d2, I think, was a very good practical decision. Although the engine preferred bishop e3, bishop d2, I think, was very nice, stifling black's play. So, yeah, I'm impressed. Very impressed. So, okay. How does the game continue here? How does the game continue? Yeah, king f1. Great. Brilliant. Brilliant. I think black is going to try and speed up to try and unnerve Pietro and get him to do something silly. That would be my guess. Because when you see your opponent play fast, you want to try to mimic it. But I do think that black has a slightly easier position. Knight e5, knight d3 is this good. Maybe, but you don't actually want to take on b4 though. Because then knight versus bishop is kind of interesting. Yeah, king e7. I mean, yeah, you could put the knight on d3, but the knight on f3 I think is very well placed. Defending d4 could come into e5 at any moment. I think it's perfectly fine on the f3 square. If you're going to put it anywhere, probably on e5. Here I would say g3 is probably the way to go, because if you go king e2, you're going to get hit with knight f4 potentially, forcing the king back to defend g2. To be fair though, g3 is going to come with tempo and kick the knight away. But for the sake of simplicity, like, you know, maybe you get caught out by something weird, just g3. I suppose the downside of g3 would be that it puts more pawns on dark squares, and this bishop could target them. You could definitely make that argument, but you don't want to allow this knight into f4, because I think you want your king over sort of this direction, right? Supporting the rooks and supporting the pawn. So... Sorry, I thought a move had been played because Luca was writing something down, but no move has been played, I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think anything's been played. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is good. And if the bishops were the same color, I would say that there is much more life left here. But the bishops being an opposite color is a big problem for black to try and push this for a win. I mean, maybe black could try and bring the king to d5 to replace the knight. Maybe that's one way to try and go about this, which is interesting, to be fair. So let's say g3, king d6, king e2, knight b6. Can you get away with king d3? King d5? Okay, apparently that's going to create problems with the knight coming in. Okay, so what about f6 first? h4, king d5. I think this makes a lot of sense, putting the king here, because it can't really be attacked. Like, you can't give a check or anything. But okay, we have a move. We have a move. Pietro, instead of g3, goes knight e5, which is also completely fine. I think g3 is easier, but if the knight ever comes into f4, you can just kick it away anyway. And, you know, that's that. So it's not a big deal. Again, lots of moves are equal. And if f6 is played, kicking the knight away, he might actually be trying to go to d3, like, was it Pranay suggested? No, Kumar suggested. That would definitely be viable. The thing is, though, I'm not sure this trade is good. I don't know. Like, let's say king d6. Do you actually want to take this? Take, knight takes. The engine likes this for black. Now, it should still be a draw, probably. But I think this bishop kind of sucks. And I also think the black bishop sucks. So I don't think Pietro actually should be wanting to trade the knight for the bishop. So if f6 was played, maybe his idea is knight c4, applying pressure to b6 primarily, and stopping the king from coming in here. That would actually make a lot of sense. That would be very valid, applying pressure to a5 as well. It would block off the c-file, so it'd leave up possibilities for doubling. You could throw in knight b6. Oh, and then you take here with check. And this is quite good for white, actually. I mean, opposite color bishops, that's it. So, it's slightly complicated, though. Even if you just played knight back to f3, I think this is probably fine. Like, rook takes, rook takes. if e5 is ever played, even if it doesn't, like, here it sacrifices a pawn, but even if it doesn't, so what? Like, you get rid of your weakness. So brilliant. So yeah, knight e5 is a nice active move, and obviously stops this king from coming in because f7 would hang, and f6. While it would kick the knight away, it does create a weakness on e6. That's for sure. So yeah, this is a great position, and he's doing very well on the clock. The clock situation is currently 50 minutes for his opponent, and 50 minutes for Pietro, and 19 for Luca. And remember, there's 30 seconds increment. Only 30 seconds. It's not that much, but it's enough to stop a time scramble. Thoughts on Morphy? Yeah, I mean, great player. I found it really interesting reading through some of the newspaper articles. And by the way, his opponent just took on c1. So that would indicate to me he wants to bring the other rook to d8. And the knight stopping an infiltration on c7. That's a way to play for a win. Yeah, when I was doing my dissertation, I was reading through some of the newspapers talking about Morphy, the newspapers in Europe, and reading about how Morphy really shocked the chess world by, you know, being someone from the new world, America, and beating all these players from the old world in Europe. Really, really interesting. People were kind of shocked, like they were completely shocked, like how could someone from the new world do this? But also like not in a way that was like, oh, how dare they sort of thing. It was more so like, wow, that's insanely impressive. Like, I have no idea how he's done that, but fair play, like that sort of thing. So yeah, Morphy is an interesting character for sure, and I mean, an incredible chess player, obviously. So okay, yeah, we do have rook d8 on the board. It's definitely a good way to play for a win, for sure, for sure. So, okay, there's pressure on d4 now. Pressure on d4. But the thing is, to actually threaten the d4 pawn, you have to move the knight. If you move the knight, then the rook can come to c7. Right? If you defend c7 first with a move like bishop d6, well then if you move the knight, then the rook can't see d4 because the bishop's in the way. So I actually don't think there's anything major to worry about here. g3? I think it's simple. Here bishop d6 is suggested by the engine. I mean, you can probably just chill. Like bishop d3 is what the engine suggests. Just bringing the bishop back. And then what? Knight b6. What? Oh, okay. You got to just watch out for this. Okay, yeah, no. Why would you put the bishop on d3, actually? e2 makes more sense, where it's safer. And then if, like, knight b4, f4 is actually quite good, because if takes and takes happen, white is better. Because, again, bishop versus knight is better for white, because there's pawns on both sides of the board. c7 is weak. This is very good. This is very, very good. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think this is too much to worry about, but there is potential. There is potential for black, and Pietro's got to be careful that he doesn't falter. Can we overextend with f4? I don't think f4 is an overextension in most positions. As long as you stop this knight from coming in and causing any chaos, should be fine. Should be fine. But it might be unnecessary, to be honest. But as we know from round 2, Pietro had a completely sort of drawn endgame and unfortunately lost it. So he's probably going to be having some flashbacks to that. He does look a little bit more uneasy than he did earlier in the game at this point, based on his body language. So he does have to make sure he stays on the ball here. He does have to make sure he stays on the ball. Rook c4. Yeah, that looks like a solid enough move, I think. I mean, it feels unnecessary, because you don't actually have to defend the pawn because of the things I said before. This knight can't actually move because rook c7 is a problem, so it's not an issue. I think g3 is the easiest move to just stop any movement for the knight forwards. And if it comes to b4, we don't care, right? The bishop covers d3 and the knight covers d3. So rook c4 chosen, which, okay, it's not the best move, but it's fine. It defends the d4 pawn. Here the engine is suggesting g5 or f5, which I've got to be honest, I don't see happening. I don't see happening. A more natural move... Oh, his opponent's reaching. What's he reaching for? Is he reaching for... Well, no, not that because of this. The knight can't move. Probably bishop d6, right? That seems to be the best move. Yeah, and he does go for it. Stopping any infiltrations, preparing to move the knight. I mean, I really want to see g3. I really want to see g3. And I guess g5 tries to stop pawn to f4, which does make a lot of sense, actually. Does make a lot of sense. His opponent's trying to play very quickly as well. He's playing good moves. I mean, bishop d6 is a very logical move. Freeing up b4, defending c7, applying some pressure to the knight. Maybe he'll take at some point. The downside of bishop d6, though, is it means that the rook on d8 is not seeing d4 anytime soon, right? That's not happening anytime soon. So that's the downside. Personally, I don't like rook c4 because I don't like the fact that it traps this bishop on b4. This bishop has no moves. This is probably a fine move, but I don't like it. I think the rook is fine here. g3 to me makes more sense. The engine likes bishop e2, but I can't say I really understand that. I assumed to come to f3 at some point, but why? It's fine on b5. Okay, we have knight back to f3. Okay, the engine doesn't love it, but I like it. I like it. It's just saying, like, okay, what are you going to do? He's playing it quickly. It's like, okay, you attack my knight, I'll come back, I'll keep an eye on d4. d4 is well defended. What are you going to do about it? If you come back to b6 with the knight, well, I'll just move back. If you want a rook trade, like, okay, sure. Sure. This should be a draw. King comes, knight b6. King probably comes up the board. If knight d5, g3, keeping the knight out. If you give this check, so what? I think that's definitely a really good position for Pietro to get. So I like knight f3. I like knight f3. He's kind of egging his opponent on. It's like waving the red cloth in front of the bull, you know? What is Luca going to do in this position? Because, like I said before, he should be trying to win this. He's definitely playing for a draw. Yeah, definitely playing for a draw. I don't think it's slowly getting scary. I don't think so. You know, the engine says minus 0.2. But that's not very much. I mean, the engine wants bishop c7. Explain bishop c7. Like, what? What does it do? It seems to just create a weakness on c7. Maybe preparing king d6? Okay, the move we get is... we get knight c7? Is that what's just been played? Yeah. Yeah, knight c7. By the way, this is why I didn't like the bishop on the b5 square. Sorry, not the bishop on b5, the rook on c4. Because if you do this exact same thing, but you put the rook on c2, for example, and you get the same thing with bishop d6, knight f3, knight c7, you just retreat the bishop. You don't give him the bishop, and this is dead equal. The problem with rook c4 is, yes, you defend d4, but you don't have to defend d4. It's not necessary. So, yeah, I think this is slightly concerning now, because you're also going to ruin the pawn structure. Now, in theory, it probably shouldn't matter because the white rook is so powerful on the c-file. But it is getting a bit dicey now. It is getting a little bit dicey. And Pietro has got to start being pretty careful. Is Lucas a bull? I do not mean bully. I mean bull. Like a... I don't know how to describe it. Like a cow with horns that's really aggressive, you know? Yeah, knight c7. That's difficult. That's difficult. Let me think. Because obviously I can see the computer evaluation, but like if we turn the analysis off and look at this position, what does white do? The bishop doesn't have any moves. The bishop is about to be taken, and then a takes b5 doubles the pawns. Now, this leaves white with 1, 2, 3 weak pawns. You could argue that these pawns are weak. Now, maybe not a5, because the bishop can just sit on b4, but b7 could be weak. Okay, sure. But let's say king e2. Knight b5, a b5. Looks realistic. I would say that king d7 probably makes a lot of sense. What do we have here? What do we have here? Oh, let me go back. Knight c7. Pietro goes. What did he play? Oh, g3. Yeah, don't mind that. Don't mind that. So, okay, let's say knight b5, a b5, and bishop b4? Well, I guess here you've got this check. Rook here. Take, take, check here. King up. You should probably draw this as white. But there are many, many pawns on dark squares that could be weak. So, okay, let's see what the engine says here. Engine says zeros. But it could be difficult. Could be. But okay, we have g3 on the board. I assume his opponent just took. Yeah, of course. Wait. Wait, no he doesn't. Wait, what did he play? f6. f6? Okay. I guess e6 is never going to be a target now this bishop is going to be taken. Here, I think king e2 is a no-brainer. There's no point moving the rook, because the moment you move the rook, you'll just snap the bishop. And, I mean, why did you bother moving the rook? You're wasting time. Here, a4 is quite strong, fixing this pawn on a dark square. So I suppose a move like b3 would make sense, getting the pawn to a light square. So if takes and takes happens, there's no pawn a4. And these pawns are sitting happily on light squares. But king e2 also just makes a lot of sense, trying to get towards the center. I think black is going to try and delay taking this bishop for as long as possible until Pietro forces him to take it. To try and see if Pietro will waste time moving his rook. That would be my guess. So yeah, this is getting difficult now, actually. This is actually getting difficult. You don't want to trade rook as black. No, you don't want to trade the rook as black. Because white has several weaknesses that the black rook would love to target. One of them being d4, of course. It's hard to go after d4, though. Because how do you remove the knight and the rook from defending? Not clear. Have I just missed a move? No. No, f6. Yeah. Let me just check the time situation. 18 minutes for Luca, 43 for Pietro. 18 for Luca, 43 for Pietro. Very good on the clock. Very good on the clock. But, I mean, 18 minutes with 30-second increment is plenty of time for Luca, because this is a relatively simple position. There's not a whole lot of calculation to be done here. It's more so conceptual. And, I mean, his opponent will try and squeeze everything out of this position to try and win, of course, because why wouldn't he? Like, he's the higher rated player. If anyone can win this, it's going to be black. White doesn't seem to have a path towards victory in any sense. So Pietro's got to be very careful. He's using his time well. How is he going to do this? I mean, the thing is with f6, f6 is not being played to stop... Well, let me try again. f6 is not being played to play e5. That would be ludicrous. If e5 is played, I mean, white is actually better. Because white gets rid of his weakness, and the black pawn structure is split. So e5 is not the idea. The idea of f6 is simply to limit the movement of this knight, which is fair. But the thing is, the knight just has to guard d4. That's all it's got to do. That's all it needs to do, really. So, whoa, Casio Sass 83. Are you a fellow Wolves fan? How are you feeling about the game against Crystal Palace on the weekend? I think it's Palace on Saturday, because I'm not very hopeful, I have to say. What are you thinking about it? Good to see another Wolves fan. But yeah, this is a fine position for Pietro. He's just got to be a little bit careful. I don't know. Other than King E2, I mean, what can you play? Like, okay, let's say B3, which I think is valid. Knight B5, AB5. Engine here likes Rook D7. Okay, what does that do? B6 is suggested, but B6 seems very strange. Why would you volunteer to put the pawn on a dark square? I don't like that. Let's say King E2. Bishop C7. Ah, no, this is quite interesting. So, I think the point is that you want Bishop B6, and no matter if the king is on D3 or E3, E5 will attack the pawn, and the pawn will be pinned either by the rook or the bishop. Now, if King D3, Bishop B6, and King C3, now E5 doesn't really make sense, because you can take and there's no pin, right? But the engine suggests Rook D5 and the B pawn is lost. So this is actually a little bit tricky. Now what happens if instead of B3, you start with King E2? Now if Knight B5, AB5, Rook D7, like the engine wants, preparing Bishop C7, now if you go B3, the same thing happens. The engine likes B6, stopping Bishop C7, but conceptually that's a strange move to put the pawn on a dark square where the bishop can target the pawn. Here, Rook C8 is apparently good. And after Bishop C7, Knight D2, you can't take because of take. So Bishop B6, Knight C4, sacrificing the D4 pawn. Playing B3. Okay, so the engine wants to sack the pawn for activity, where the knight will always attack B6. The pawn will go to B6 most likely. The knight will always attack, and the rook will counterattack. And after takes, if takes, there is a deadly check on C8. So after Bishop B6, Rook B6, this should be a draw. Because equal pawns. Difficult, though. That is difficult. It's not simple. There is some danger here. I mean, that's a very long line that we've just gone down, though. It is a very long line we went down. So to see all of that from a distance maybe isn't that easy, but... See you, Kumar. Have a good one, mate. Yeah, Cassios. It's strange because earlier on in the season, I felt very optimistic before basically every game, and I don't know why. But this weekend, I'm just not feeling it. And maybe we'll get the manager bounce like we have the past, 3 seasons. Maybe we'll get the manager bounce, but I don't know. We don't have a talisman anymore. We don't have a talisman that we can look to drag us into, just drag us through some games to pick up a few points here and there. So I'm not seeing it. Okay, Pietro should probably try and make a move within the next few minutes because he is getting dangerously low on the clock. He needs to make a decision ASAP because otherwise there could be pressure on him, pressure on the clock later on. He needs to avoid that. But I'm not sure. He might be looking at some of these lines that I've been showing and thinking, "Oh, that looks a bit scary." But he can't stop knight b5. He can't stop it. I think he just needs to go and make a decision. Whether it's bringing the king, maneuvering the knight somewhere, moving the pawn, he just needs to make the move. I know he still has just over double the time of his opponent, but his opponent is moving very quickly. And we have king e2. Love that. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. That's exactly what we want to see. That's great. And yeah, the thing is, if this trade occurs, this king can always keep an eye on the d-pawn to let the other pieces go to something else. And that's crucial. That's crucial. Now, I was showing you these ideas of take, rook d7, looking for bishop c7 stuff. It is a bit scary, but it is also rather strange. I think bishop b8 would be more realistic, looking for bishop a7. That's not what happened. Whoa, what? Wait. We have knight d5. Okay, that is surprising. I want to see rook c1 here. I want to see rook c1. Now, the engine thinks knight d2 is the best move. And it wants to bring the knight to b3. To guard from this side and apply pressure to a5 and maybe b6. Maybe force b6 so you can target the pawn. I think that's the idea the engine wants to go for. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think rook c1. Just waiting, kind of. But then again, do you actually have to give this bishop a way out now? Because black isn't going to put his knight back on c7 to take the bishop, is he? What do we have? We have rook back to c1. Okay, I'm very happy to see that move. I'm very happy to see that move. Good. Good, 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 good. Very happy. Yeah, this is looking incredibly hard. And I'll tell you what's going through their heads right now. Well, I'll tell you what's going through Luca's head. He's thinking, bloody hell, I should have won this game by now. I don't see how I'm going to win this. And do I want to play on? Or do I want to go have an early dinner? That's what he's thinking. I'm telling you. That is what he's thinking. But yeah, he is keeping pieces on the board, which is definitely a good idea. But I don't know, I think going for a bishop versus knight position is the way to try and win, particularly because you've got quite a few pawns fixed on dark squares for this bishop to aim at. I can't say I'm a fan of knight to d5, but we'll see what he does. Pietro very quickly going rook c1, I'm happy with. Where does he go? Bishop back to b8, looking for bishop to a7. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Here, the engine likes bishop d3. Targeting h7. What? Can you actually take that pawn, though? I mean, rook h8 obviously isn't going to win a pawn, but doesn't f5 trap the bishop? Let's see bishop a7. Here, f5. This is dangerous. Here, h4 is the only move. And if rook h8, bishop g6, and I guess h5 locks the bishop in place. Yeah, that's the idea. That's a strange thing to see. That's a strange thing to see. I don't think bishop d3 would be played, nor do I think it's a brilliant idea. Engine also suggests bishop c4, but self-pinning seems a bit silly. There's no reason to do that. So bishop c4 also makes no sense to me, and I don't think it'll be played. b3 maybe could be played. Just getting the pawn on a light square, but then again, it's not going to be targeted by the bishop anytime soon, so you might as well leave it defending the c3 square for now. So you probably don't want to move that either. A move like h4 I quite like, just keeping this pawn away from g5 forever. What do we have? We do have bishop c4. Wow. It is the second best move. But inviting rook c8, I suppose after knight d2, there's no pressure on d4 anymore. Yeah, I guess. Knight b6, pawn b3, maybe? Engine suggests this sacrificing a pawn, which makes no sense. So pawn b3. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that also blocks this diagonal as well, with the knight on b6. And then you can move the rook, maybe. Or even to d3, offering a trade with bishop d3. That's quite interesting. Bishop c4. It's a good move. It's a very good move. It feels risky, but it actually isn't. So that's really good calculation from Pietro there. Really good calculation. So fair play. But yeah, this is great stuff. Great stuff. And why is he gone bishop c4? Well, I think he wants to take the knight. Because now the situation is different. Now these pawns aren't getting doubled. So let's say bishop a7 occurs. You take. If e takes, then, I mean, this is easy now. Like, the pawn is protected, king comes to d3, that's it. Game over. Draw. If the rook takes, I mean, there's rook c7, forcing rook d7, and then you trade in king d3, and that's it. You have to watch for some e5 stuff, maybe. And, you know, maybe things are a little bit interesting, but I mean, this is not that hard. g4, h3. That's it. And then there's nothing. The pawn comes to b3. All the pawns are on light squares. Game over. If Pietro can get a draw here, he's done an incredible job. Now, I suppose the simple question is, can't Luca just move his knight? He could. But what does the knight do on b4? Nothing, really. I mean, it's fine there, but it's... I mean, maybe it can come back to c6, but if you go bishop b5, then obviously you can't. And then if bishop a7... What do we have? We have rook c8? Yeah, rook c8. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We have rook c8, pinning the bishop to the rook. Here, knight d2, king d1 all make sense. I mean, king d1 less so, because why wouldn't you just put it on d2? And king d2, threatening takes to trade everything. If knight here, bishop here, take, there's no infiltration. Bishop a7, you bring the king back up. King comes up. King comes up. If this check is given, you can just move to d3. And the pawns are keeping this knight at bay. The bishop is also keeping the knight at bay. If the bishop and the knight get traded, that's it. So yeah. Let's see what Pietro goes for. Oh, and this guy is back to have a look. This guy's back to have a look. Yeah, so I've just actually deleted a few moves for some reason. So we had bishop back to b8, bishop c4, and rook c8. That's the position. That's the position. So yeah. b3 could be played, but I don't see a point in giving away the c3 square for now unless you're forced to. You can play b3 whenever you want. You can move a pawn forward, but you can never move a pawn back. So times of both. Pietro is on 33 minutes. His opponent, Luca, is on 15 minutes. They have 30 seconds increment. Something happens on move 40. Not sure exactly what, but there's 10 moves until move 40. So I guess we'll find out. But I was under the impression that on move 40, the increments came off. So we'll see. Yeah, you can see the playing hall is far emptier than it was at the start of the round. A lot of people have finished their games at this point. But Pietro is still going. Still going. Can he pull this off? I think this is a very mature decision, this bishop c4. Mature decision, for sure. I mean, yeah, all he's got to do is defend his rook, really. I mean, knight d2 is a move, but I think king d2 is far easier. Just defending the rook, prepared to move the bishop and trade the rooks. And I mean, this knight can't be dislodged from f3. It keeps this pawn guarded, keeps this diagonal shut, so f2 is fine. Perfectly placed. Perfectly placed. So we'll see what Pietro goes for. I'm just going to go to the loo real quick, and I'll be back in a sec. All right, we're back. Pietro has made his move. He's gone king d2. Perfect. Brilliant. Zeros. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Pietro is pretty good. When you played him, I thought he wasn't this good. Yeah, to be fair, I feel like he underperformed a bit when we played. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't terrible or anything. But I think he slightly underperformed. He is definitely stronger than 1700. That much is clear. Yeah, that's obvious. His opponent is down to what? 12 minutes? Yeah, 12 minutes. 12 minutes. This is... There's not much that black can do other than move his knight. I mean, king d6 can be considered. Because if takes, and takes, then this is actually problematic. So you could actually consider king d6 in this position. That would also be viable for black. And it's probably the way to play for a win, actually. So after king d6, you can't take just yet. You can move And if takes and takes, then knight moves. I assume your king is quick enough now. Although, to be fair, this does look slightly scary. But after knight e2, the king is kicked out. The king only has 2 moves. King has to run away, and then white is fine. If anything, the engine actually likes Pietro's position more here, because the white pieces keep moving with tempo and kick the king around, get very active. Okay, we have a move. I think that's knight to b4. I think that's knight to b4. Let me just come back. Yep. Knight to b4. Oh, no, that's not it. Here, knight b4. Okay, so now the knight can't be taken. e6 is weak, though. And Pietro should probably move his bishop and trade the rooks if he can. He needs to make sure, though, that he doesn't go to a square like b3. Can you guys tell me why bishop b3 would be a bad idea? Would you hold this with the white pieces or not? Can you see why bishop b3 doesn't work? Let me know in the chat. Come on. Why is bishop b3 bad? Yes. Raman Vashish Pigum. You are correct. Yes. Correct. It is rook c1, knight d3. So if bishop here is played, then here, knight d3, and f2 is lost. So you have to make sure that you keep the bishop on this diagonal to keep the knight out. So you could go to e2, f1, b5. I think b5 probably makes the most sense. And now if takes and takes, the knight has no check. The knight can't come to c2. If the knight goes back here, I mean, so what? I mean, to be fair, you could probably even just come back to c4 and force the knight to move again. Although after king d6, again, you can't take because the king gets in. So you've got to be slightly careful. But after the trade occurs, if you can get the rooks off the board and you go king c1, you just got to march your king back up to c3, d3, or e3. These are the squares you want to be on to keep an eye on the d pawn. And as long as you don't do anything silly, you should be fine. Pietro goes rook c3. Okay. That's interesting. So I guess the point is now, if he moves his bishop and rook takes, he can take with the pawn, and then he could be playing for a win. So let's say b6. There is also this. There is also this. If takes, then takes, of course. So rook takes, pawn takes. And if you move the knight, then, I mean, Pietro is just up a pawn. He moves his bishop, he's up a pawn. And if you take the bishop, then takes and takes. And material is equal, but the pawn is probably going to be lost. So that's quite interesting. Now, I don't think that bishop e6 is actually the intention, though. I think that the intention is something like bishop to b... Well, okay, no, let's say bishop to b5. Looking for a rook trade, but wanting to take back with the pawn. And then after something like knight d5, maybe you go c4 at the right moment, but the pawns are just better like this, because this a pawn keeps both of these pawns at bay, and then your central c and d pawns can roll together and keep an eye on each other. So rook c3 is a very interesting move. Very interesting move. Now, the engine doesn't love it, because it thinks rook d8 is strong. And that's what's played, rook d8. And now e5 is an idea. Right? Because now the d pawn is pinned. So this is somewhat tricky, actually. The engine here likes rook e3, counterattacking. If rook e3, e5, king c3 would be the only move. Stepping out of the pin. This pawn can't take, so it's pinned. And after something like rook c8, d5 loses because of knight d5 check, picking up the exchange. So after something like king to b3, knight to c6. I mean, this should be a draw, though, after takes and takes. I mean, opposite color bishops, draw. In fact, you can't take with the bishop because of f4. So you'd actually have to take with the pawn. And I mean, this is easy. You could even go f4 anyway. And after something like king f6, take, trade even more pawns. So, yeah, this is slightly concerning after rook d8, but there are ways to deal with it. He goes king e3. Is that right? Yeah, king e3. The engine hates that. And I can see why. Ooh, Yeah, there's a clear move for black. There's a clear move for black that is problematic here. Can you see what the issue is with the white king on e3? Can you see what the problem is? Let me know in the chat. There's a problem. Right. Well, the problem is what his opponent played. Bishop a7. And this is what I was talking about earlier. The king doesn't want to be on d3 or e3. Because then e5 and the pawn will be pinned to the king. That's the problem. And this is not looking good. This is not looking good. This is really bad. I mean, the engine says... No, not the immediate pawn e5, but starting with bishop to a7. This is the issue. Preparing pawn e5. And now if you move the king, you lose the pawn. If you go to d... Well, you can't even go to d3. If you try and walk up the board, then f5, king back, and then I assume e5 is quite strong. Even if you take this pawn, then bishop d4 forks everything. This is really bad. The king is not good on e3. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of this rook c3 move, I have to say. In this position, the engine thinks rook c3 is okay, but it creates too many complications. I think bishop e5 was far easier. I don't really know what Pietro could have been thinking here. Like, maybe his king was too far back and needed to be closer to the action. But the thing is, this bishop can't do anything. The pawns keep the bishop out of the game, and the knight keeps the pawns under control. And the knight can't be attacked by the bishop. And this knight can't do anything. If the knight comes back here, it can only go back. There's no other squares for it to go to. And if it ever comes to a square like c6, you just snap it, like, immediately. Snap it off the board, bring the king up, you're good. I mean, here, to be fair, the engine thinks knight d2 is the way to play. What's wrong with this? Why is this good for... Oh, right, you'll trade the c pawn for the d pawn, and then your pawns will be weak, because the a pawn monitors both of these pawns at once. Okay, that makes sense. Even then, you can probably still hold, to be fair. But okay, yeah, I mean, this is rough. This is rough now. So here, the engine gives one move to survive. The engine gives one move. I've got to say, I think black should win this. he could miss bishop a7, but his opponent did previously put the bishop on b8. If we remember, only a few moves ago, he played bishop back to b8, right? And I think the clear purpose of bishop b8 was to prepare bishop a7. To me, that seems like the only reason you'd put the bishop back here, right? I mean, you could argue you're trying to clear the d-file, maybe, but yeah. Maybe he saw bishop a7 but missed that it prepares e5. Maybe that was what he missed. But I have to say, I think that black should win this. The engine only gives one move here. It gives rook c1. And now if e5, I've got to say, this is tough to see. The engine wants bishop to b5. It wants to sack the pawn on d4, play king d2, threaten an infiltration, which makes sense. Knight d5, king d6, and bishop b6 all cover c7. Let's say bishop b6. I think this feels like the easiest move. And then the engine thinks after bishop d3 or knight e1. Okay, knight e1 makes more sense to me. King d6, knight d3. If this trade occurs, this should be a draw because of the opposite colored bishops. But that is a tough sequence of moves to see. Engine thinks that rook c1 is the only move to hold. And you might be asking, well, why rook 2 c1? Let's see h4. Now after e5, can't we do the same thing with bishop to b5? Well, no, because now the rook is forked with the king. So you have to move the rook. You have to move the rook. You've got to just give up a pawn at this point, which is very hard to do. Very hard to do. I mean, you could even consider starting with bishop b5, but then you get hit with knight d5 check. So you have to move the rook first. That's the issue. Well, not the issue. That's why rook c1 is so important. This is really hard. And to be fair, after rook c1, we have analysed what happens after e5, and Pietro actually gets decent counterplay there. But, I mean, the engine thinks bishop b6, and white is in a lot of trouble after bishop b5. It basically just wants to delay pushing e5. I can't say that feels very natural at all, though. Unfortunately, Pietro does not... Oh, what have I done there? I've just deleted moves. Wait, let me remember what happened. Yeah, bishop b8. Bishop c4, rook c8, king d2. Knight b4. Rook c3. Rook d8. King e3, bishop a7, and then he has gone king back to e2. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. Now, the thing is, right, this pawn is lost. The pawn is lost. But if you go rook c1 first, then you force black to spend more time winning the pawn with e5. And that gives you a chance to get your bishop out of the way to prepare an infiltration, right? By playing king e2, though, black doesn't have to play e5. He doesn't have to spend the time on it. He can just take immediately. And then after takes and takes, if you had one more move, but you know, if for whatever reason, let's just triangulate the kings a sec. If you had one more move, basically, then rook c7 and you're sorted. If anything, you're better here, right? Because you managed to clear the c-file for your rook. But you don't have time in this position. You needed to make black waste a move with e5 to forcefully win the pawn. I have to say, I don't think there's anything else other than bishop takes d4. I mean, it seems to be the only move. This is rough. This is rough. I mean, I don't know. Take, take, take. You could argue that the bishop is better than the knight because there's pawns on both sides of the board. But I don't know, knight d5, sorry, knight d5, there's no infiltration, rook c8, here rook b4. To be fair, the engine thinks that's the only real way to actually win. So maybe there are chances. But we have bishop takes d4. And you have to take this. Because if you move your rook, then you'll lose b2 as well. Unless you go to b3, but then why is the rook on b3? Like, yeah, it doesn't really do anything. e5 is probably good enough here for black. And if takes and takes, I mean, what, bishop b5, and why is the rook there? So yeah, Pietro takes on d4. That is the only way to play this, really. So knight takes, the rook will obviously take. And like I said, if Pietro just had one more move to move the bishop and then go rook c7, he'd be fine. And that was the idea of the other line, with going rook c1 first, making black go e5, then moving the bishop. That was basically the idea. Tough to see, though. It is tough to see. I'm not going to pretend like it's easy at all. His opponent is down to 9 minutes. Pietro is on 23. Can he find a way out of this? It's tough. Really tough. I think bishop b5 probably makes the most sense. 1, because it keeps an eye on a4, which could be vulnerable. 2, it applies pressure to the d7 square, which stops the rook from defending via d7. If bishop b5, black... I'd probably expect king d6, to be honest. I don't know, maybe not, though, because then rook c8 is kind of annoying. Really not an easy position at all. Really not an easy position. And he's down a pawn. Down a pawn. And the problem is, this is the worst configuration of the minor pieces, in my opinion. The knight versus the bishop. If you had bishop versus bishop, brilliant, it's a draw, because opposite colours, right? Even if you're down a pawn. If Pietro has the knight versus the black bishop, with the pawn on d4 still, you can keep the black bishop at bay. Knight versus knight is trickier, which, if you're going to be down a pawn, is probably better. The bishop is not that tricky, though. The bishop is pretty easy to figure out. Like, you know what the bishop's doing. The knight could hop around and do some fancy stuff. And his opponent's low on time, so that would be great. But he has a bishop. Bishops are typically better than knights, but they're less tricky. So we'll see what happens here. Engine suggests b3. I don't like b3 because you need to try and create counterplay with rook c7 or rook c8. I think you have to move the bishop to b5 to have a chance here. I think that's the best try. And we are on move 35, so we could have a bit of a time scramble potentially. We will see. We'll see if there's a time scramble. Yeah. I guess, I don't know. What's the plan after bishop b5, knight d5? I mean, rook c8 feels like the only try. Oh, we do have b3. b3 is the engine's top move. I don't like b3, though. I don't like it. Because the rook is so passive. The rook is just too passive, in my opinion. Because, I don't know, you have to move your bishop at some point, because you have to try and use the c-file. In my opinion, you've got to try and use the c-file. So you need to move the bishop. So b3 feels like a waste of time. See what black does. Okay, what happens if e5? Again, you just need to move the bishop. The engine doesn't love e5, by the way. I guess because the knight wants to sit on d5 and be protected. King d6 also looks viable. Again, I think bishop b5 probably preparing rook to c8 to try anything around the back rank would probably be the best way to go. Here, if knight d5, rook c8, rook b4. I mean, this is still terrible, but I think it's the best chance to create some complications on the back rank. His opponent's also getting low on time. The game is not over. The game is not over, particularly if Pietro can get his rook over here. And what's great is this king can't come to the d7 square because of this. Now, I suppose if here, you could go knight c6, but this feels risky. Some of these endgames could be drawn. Now, this one isn't, because there's rook d5 defending. But it could, like, if rook d5 wasn't a move, this would be a draw. So let's say rook b4, for example. Rook a5, rook b3. This could be drawn after rook a7. So like king d6, rook g7, draw. So black has to be slightly careful that he doesn't get himself into a drawn rook endgame by going knight c6. So what I'm trying to say is that one thing that is going in Pietro's favor here is the black king can't camp the d7 square and keep the white rook completely out. Okay, what do we have? What? No, he didn't play a move. He adjusted. Let's just see how much time. His opponent is on... That's 6 minutes? Yeah, 6 minutes left. Not a lot. Pietro with 21, 22. So he is well ahead on the clock. I'm just not sure it's going to be enough. I think you've got to get the rook into the back rank as quick as you can. Bishop e5 needs to be played. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry, what has he just played? Rook d6. Rook d6. What does rook d6 do? You've got to go for this. Get this rook in. Bishop b5, please. Bishop b5. Get the rook into the c-file. Just do, like, it creates a bit of chaos. What's really good about this white king is that it's keeping this black rook out. And if Pietro isn't careful, rook c6 could happen. And if rook c6 happens, there's nothing. Like, let's say you go f4, trying to stop e5. Rook c6. And now you can't use the c-file, because you cannot trade rooks. You cannot afford a rook trade. So, you have got to go bishop b5. Stopping this. Now, maybe the idea is knight c6, but this feels a bit passive. Feels a little bit passive, because if the knight ever moves, then the rook infiltrates. The king can't come here because it's pinned. The rook needs to keep an eye on the knight. The rook could come to c5 to apply pressure here to threaten stuff like takes and then rook a5. And b6 can't really be played because the knight could hang. So basically, bishop b5 is the only try. And the time situation isn't too bad. Alex, what's the difference between a 1700 and 2100 player? I don't know, because it depends on what kind of a player somebody is, but I'd say a big thing is composure. Big thing is composure. But I mean, there's so many factors. It's impossible to say. This is the, as you can see in the top left of the stream, the Caravel Cup Roma. It is not the Amsterdam Cup. Not the Amsterdam Cup. The opponent is thinking. Pietro is thinking. Pietro needs to make a move to keep the time pressure on. Needs to make a move to keep the time pressure on. Because that is one thing going in his favor. The thing is, if bishop b5, black could go king d8, cutting off the infiltration squares. But, I mean, what does black do now? I mean, let's say rook c5. Just, you know, applying a bit of pressure. Rook d5. Okay, you obviously don't trade the rook, so you move the rook. I mean, how does black continue? It's not totally clear. Like, pawn e5 looks realistic. Say pawn h4. Pawn f5. Pushing. I mean, here the engine thinks the position is getting closer to equal. It's not totally obvious how to continue, but you need to win control of the c-file, that's for sure, because you cannot allow a rook trade. We need bishop b5 to stop rook c6. Please, 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 Pietro. No, we have f... No. Rook c6. Rook c6 is a problem. I mean, this doesn't seem to do anything. It's well protected. And if f5, then e5. I get what Pietro is trying to do. I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to stop e5, because if e5 is played, that would be a terrible move. Because after takes and takes, e5 is now isolated, and it can be blockaded rather easily. I mean, the king is already on e2, ready to blockade. And now the extra pawn is not so scary. But here again, the best move is bishop e5. I think it's less so about the isolated pawn and more so about him getting the c-file. That's what it's all about. And I think his opponent is going to go rook c6. I think we're going to see rook c6. And I really hope not, but I think we're going to see it. Because if the rooks come off the board, I mean, that's it. No, we don't. Okay, we have chances. We have knight c6. We have knight c6. Okay, well now if bishop b5, then knight d4, right? Yeah, and this is not good. This is really, really not good. So, okay, you got to be careful. Got to be careful. But now the rook can't go to c6, which is good. Which is good. Here the engine likes bishop d3. And if knight d4, then king e3. And if here, then you snap it, I would assume. And then you go rook c7, and then you come back to c5, and you draw. And that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Okay, this... Pietro has chances again. And this is the thing, his opponent is low on time. He needs to be making moves quickly to keep that time pressure up. This is very interesting. It is game on. It is game on. King e3 is also good, but letting the rook into d1 seems strange. Engine suggests bishop a6. I mean, okay then. Sure, sure. If bishop b5 in this position, king d6 is good, keeping an eye on the knight. And I mean, you obviously don't want a rook trade. So I wouldn't be a fan of king e3, to be honest. h4 is suggested, but I don't really like it. I don't really like that move. It feels like I'm weakening g3 a lot. Yeah. If rook to e3, which looks valid, knight d4, king f2, you're stopping e5. I mean, to be fair, it's difficult for black to prove the advantage here. It is a little bit difficult. If something like knight to f5, I assume rook e4 is fine. I mean, okay, no, maybe you come back to e2 just to stop this check, actually. And then, yeah, there's not a whole lot here. e5 is prevented. And the rook struggles to move because e6 could hang. And if the knight comes back to d4, then the rook can just move. And then the rook still can't move because the knight needs protecting. So this is not simple. This is not simple. Oh, do we have moves? Do we have moves? Hold on. Knight c6. Sorry, have we just seen rook? Wait. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. I thought we just saw rook to d3. No, we didn't. We saw bishop d3. Okay. Okay. And then f5. Cutting this off. That's a very good move. Preparing e5 with the knight giving more support. Good move. The C file is now open, though. And I think that's crucial. Because now the rook is ready to come in if this knight ever moves. King e3 looks very natural. Just keeping an eye on the bishop. Okay, what? Bishop here? Okay, no, that's fine, actually. Yeah, that makes sense, because the rook can't come to c6. And if e5 is played, fe5, knight e5, bishop to b5, ready to go for this. I like that. Pietro is also playing quickly, which is good. He's playing fast. Using his opponent's time against him. His opponent is down to 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not long in an over-the-board chess game. Not long at all. This is coming down to the wire, really, because black should win this, but, like, can he prove it? I mean, I assume he can shepherd this pawn up to e5 with relative ease. But even once you do that, you open up more lines for counterplay. If this knight ever moves, there could be issues down the c-file. These pawns are not secure. If this rook comes to c5, it could be a problem. You know? The rook could be sitting on c5 at some point, being very, very happy. Okay, we have a move. I think that's king f6. Yeah, that's king f6. Which is a very normal move. Preparing e5, maybe preparing g5. Here, h4 looks very natural, stopping any g5 ideas. King e3 is the best move, but I don't like the idea of allowing the rook to d1. The engine likes this because of bishop to a6, which is, again, strange, not intuitive. So I like the look of h4 here, trying to stop g5. If h4 and h6 preparing g5, then h5 could be quite nice, trying to clamp down on the idea. And if e5 is now played after something like takes and knight takes and bishop b5, there's a little bit of chaos. There's a fixed weakness on g7 that can't really advance without leaving h6 weak. So I would be quite a fan of this position, to be fair. So the position on the board currently is after king f6. This is move 39. I don't know what happens on move 40. We're going to find out. But this game is not over. Yeah, I have no idea what happens on move 40. It's move 39. So I don't know, but we will find out. What is Pietro going to do? h4 looks like the only real move. You can't go bishop b5 because of this. And again, although the engine likes king e3, allowing rook d1 seems strange to me. It just seems strange. Although maybe that's fine. Maybe you go, okay, yeah, you can infiltrate, but I'm going to counterattack. And maybe that's the best way to create a bit of chaos, to be fair. I mean, here the engine thinks knight e7 is the only move for black to be significantly better. The engine thinks bishop a6 is really strong, by the way, because if takes, then takes, and a6 will fall, and you can't push. But obviously you don't have to take. You could move the knight. I mean, knight d8 does look very strange. Say bishop back to b5. This is tough for black, to be fair. But I wouldn't expect Pietro to see bishop a6. I mean, maybe he does. But it would be very impressive. He needs to move, though. Otherwise, he's going to lose his time advantage. And he's on 13 minutes. His opponent is on 5 minutes. He needs to make a move ASAP. All right, there we go. I needed a bit of a snack. What are we going to see? I want h4. I feel like it's natural. It looks like it weakens g3, but realistically, this rook is never going to go there. Is that h3? What does h3 do? Surely g5 from black. Because after takes and takes, you have a protected passer now. That looks pretty dangerous. That looks dangerous. I'm not a fan of h3. The engine thinks it's okay. It's its like third favorite move. So, you know, it's not completely losing. But I'm not a fan of it. I don't know, it doesn't do anything. I mean, it's not that weak on h2. Like, the rook is never coming to e2. Okay, what do we get? Yeah, g5. g5 on the board. I mean, that looks like the most natural move. Trying to prepare e5. Now, of course, you don't have to take. Here, the engine really wants king e3. And then if takes and takes, I think white is kind of okay there. I think he's kind of okay. Because the position is going to open up if e5 is played. And then the light squared bishop could actually be decent on the open board. But we will see if king e3 is played. King e3, I mean, this won't necessarily happen. It's the best move. But I mean, e5 is complicated, right? Like, do you take on g5? Do you take on e5? Unclear. Okay, he takes on g5. Not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that because the e-pawn is just ready to go. These pawns feel very weak now. How do you play this with white? How do you play this? I mean, h4 is suggested. That seems silly to me. I don't see the point of that. What else can you do? I mean, king e3 looks like the natural move. Rook d1 is not a problem now because, I mean, I guess if here, then actually there's a check on e1. Here, again, the engine wants bishop a6, but bishop b5 looks very reasonable. Even h5 looks h4 check looks reasonable because you can't come up because of the fork. So the king goes back, and this is actually kind of interesting. Yeah, I think you have to just get the rook somewhere on the c-file. Yeah, I think bishop b5 should have been played a long time ago, to be honest. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. This is very, very difficult. From a practical perspective, he needs counterplay. He does go king e3, which is the best move. Good. I think if rook d1 does occur, then there are complications, which we need right now, because this is going to be a lost endgame if Pietro can't complicate the matter. But I guess the question is, like, what are we doing against e5? We've got to go for counterplay. We need counterplay down the c-file. That's the only source of play here. But, okay. His opponent is still low on the clock, and we are past move 40. We are past move 40. Now, I'm actually going to try and see if they get increment. No, he does get increment. Oh, I don't actually know what happens on move 40 then. Because he just got his increment. So, I don't think anything happens on move 40. But okay, we have e5. You've got to go bishop to b5 here to have any semblance of counterplay. And I think black has to be a little bit careful. Like, let's say he pushes e4, for example. Rook c5, and I mean, we should lose, but the bishop is quite good now. Targeting the knight, covering d3. Could come back to b2 if we need it. This is kind of okay. Kind of. Maybe our king can come into f4 and put some pressure on. Hold on. Okay, we don't get bishop e5. We get bishop g8. I'm not a fan of this. I mean, the pawn will move to h5, right? Almost certainly. And then h4 could be a problem. Clearing the path for the f pawn as well. Yeah, the reason I like bishop b5 is because, as I was describing earlier, it creates some latent energy. There is some potential energy now. It's like, oh, you know, we're looking at something. There could be captures. There could be ideas of taking the knight and taking on a5, or taking the knight and taking on e5. Like, there's stuff going on. With the bishop on g8, I mean, it attacks the pawn, but, like, the pawn just moves. I'm pretty sure that they don't lose their increment, Gabriel. I know that... I'm sure I heard that in the previous one, but I'm just going to watch the clock. Let me watch the clock and see what happens. It's on 3:40. I mean, if there's no increment, that'll be pretty cool. We'll get a mad time scramble, but down to 3:20. This is Luca, his opponent. I mean, h5 seems automatic. The bishop is useless on g8. h6 could be played, but there seems to be no reason. h6 played. Okay, I'm not going to lie, I actually stopped looking at the clock there. That was a bit silly. No, okay, I'll actually keep an eye on the clock. Alright, the game's coming down to the wire. Game is coming down to the wire. I know it looks a bit zoomed in. It's because I've got it on full screen because I'm trying to see what happens to the clock. Okay. Maybe they do have no increment, but 3 minutes is not much for his opponent if that's the case. That could be tough. Let's see, what are we on? 10:30. No, there is increment. There is increment. We have rook c5. There is increment. So yeah, there is increment after move 40. Because we're on move 44. So we have rook c5. Which makes sense. It's your best form of counterplay, really, but this bishop ought to be on b5. The bishop doesn't do anything here. There's no potential energy. It can't see anything. On b5, it applies some pressure, but okay. What do we... Is that b6? Yeah, I think that's b6. Rook b5 looks very natural to try and keep pressure on. I mean, rook b5, to be fair, e4 is the only winning move there, because rook d3 is the threat. I think you have to go rook b5. Because, I mean, where else do you put the rook? Right? I mean, obviously, you're not going to trade the rook, are you? So what? You come back to, like, c2? c1? Let's say c1. Then what? I mean, the pawns are just rolling. e4? Bishop c4 stopping this, and then the rook is doing nothing. You can maybe try and bring it to f1 to play defense, but that's not really good enough, is it? You need activity in these types of positions to have a chance. So yes, rook to b5. Good find. And yeah, pawn e4 is minus 2.5. The second best move is minus 0.8. Pawn e4 is the move because it threatens rook d3. And the only other try is knight to e7. You don't have time to take on e5. b6 is now defended because the bishop hangs, and after the bishop retreats, then black has to find bishop f6 or knight g6 to defend e5. If e4 is now played, then g4 counterattacking. So there is play left. There is play left. Rook b5. Good move. And his opponent is so low on the clock, down to 2 minutes 30. Down to 2 minutes 30. And he's got to find e4. Can he find e4? It's tough. I mean, it also saves the pawn. But, like, I mean, like, rook b6, rook d3. I guess it's not that obvious. Because it's like, well, my knight's hanging. I mean, there's knight d4 if the king goes here. If the king goes to here, you still, the best move is knight d4. Maybe you're thinking knight e7 to counterattack, but then bishop to c4, and white is actually equal. White's actually equal. And to me, that looks like the most obvious line. That's like the first line you calculate, is, okay, I move my knight with tempo. This is not easy. Pietro is creating counterplay. His rook is amazingly situated. His king is active. The position is just missing his bishop. His bishop needs to be elsewhere. It needs to get back into the game, and then he can try and draw this. There are chances, and his opponent is down to 1 minute and 20. 1 minute 20. Now, just to reiterate, there is increment. There is 30-second increment every move. But his opponent is down to 1 minute. 1 minute 10. Oh my. I mean, I assume he's calculating whether he can go e4. That has to be what he's calculating. Maybe he's looking at knight d4 and some... I mean, I don't even know what you do here, to be honest, though. If anything, white is better. b3 is protected, remember? The bishop from out of nowhere. His opponent is down to 50 seconds on the clock. Oh my god. And he goes knight e7! He goes knight e7! Pietro goes bishop f7. I mean, bishop c4 looks like the move. I don't like that. I don't like that. The bishop should be on c4, but he's played it quickly. He's played it quickly, which is good. He's played it quickly, at least. Bishop to f7. The opponent is back to 50 seconds. There's 30 seconds increment every move. Pietro played that very fast. King f6 is the best move, hitting the bishop and defending on e5, which would force the bishop back to c4. Even then, it's not totally obvious what the plan is. With very, very low time, b6 is weak. b6 is so weak. King f6 played. Bishop needs to get out of there. Needs to get out of there. His opponent's back up to a minute on the clock. Remember, 30 seconds increment. There are chances. The bishop is on a timeout, yes, but he could be coming back to the party. Bishop back to c4. Come on, Pietro. It's the only way the bishop participates in the game, because the bishop on c4 stops pawn e4 and rook to d3 check, because the bishop covers. Now, the rook doesn't have that many moves, which is true, but it's on black to find a way through. And with his opponent only on 1 minute remaining, that is a great situation to be in for white. However, there are some weird lines. After bishop c4, there's knight c8, threatening knight a7 to force the rook to trade itself. Even then, it's not totally obvious. I mean, black should win that. But knight c8 is a strange move to find. Knight c8 is a strange move. It's the best move, but it's weird looking for this. Knight c6 looks like it accomplishes the same thing, but of course then you hang the pawn, and Pietro is equal. Now his opponent isn't going to hang the pawn, of course, but he's down to... What's he down to? 20 seconds? He does find knight c8. He does find it. It's a great move. He's going to force the rook to trade itself. That's the issue. That's the issue. And this is not looking good now. g4 looks like a try. Because if f4 is played, you might be able to bring the king up to e4 at some point. Now, you don't want rook d4 to come with check, so you might have to start on f3. But you can look for some kind of blockade on the light squares with the bishop if you can force the pawns onto dark squares. It is a very committal move to go g4, though. His opponent has one plan in mind. He might be considering this, but I don't think so. I think he has a clear plan of knight to a7, forcing the rook to trade itself. We have pawn h4. It's a move trying to put the pawns on dark squares to keep the black pawns on light squares. I guess you can try and set up a blockade here. It's going to be hard, though. It's going to be very hard. These pawns are never, ever vulnerable now. Knight a7 should be played. I mean, there's no rush, technically, but there's not really a reason to delay it either. His opponent down to 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Knight a7 should be played, forcing the rook to trade itself off. Down to 15 seconds. He does not want to flag. 13 seconds. No, he's not reaching for the knight. He's reaching for the king or the rook. Reaching for the rook. Rook c6. The rook can come to d5, no? Rook d5. And the rook stays in the game. I mean, here, black has to find either rook to d6 or knight to d6. Otherwise, the game is equal. Rook c6. Maybe knight a7 wasn't even on his radar. Maybe the whole plan was knight d6. He's down to 36 seconds, Luca is. Pietro is just below 10 minutes now. Plenty of time left on the clock. This is not simple. Yeah, nothing happens after 40 moves. How many points does Pietro have right now? 1 out of 2. He does go for rook d5. Great move. Rook c8 or probably rook c8 being the idea to get in behind these black pieces and cause some chaos. Black has to either find knight d6 or rook d6. If a move like pawn e4 is played, the idea is rook to d7, threatening ideas of rook to f7. And the king could be forced out, and something like h4 could potentially win the pawn, maybe. It's difficult. And this king could be coming into f4 if that is played. He does go rook back to d6, though, his opponent. He does find the move. He does find the move. Rook back to d6. Pietro cannot afford a trade. He's got to put his rook back on b5, but knight to a7 will probably be played. But at least in that position, he does go back. If knight a7 rook here takes and takes, at least the knight is out of the game for the time being. I mean, even there, it's somewhat tricky, because the knight, if it wastes any time, bishop to b7 could be a problem, trying to trap the knight. His opponent's down to 10 seconds. What, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. He infiltrates with the rook. The knight covers. The rook cannot come here because it will be taken. He got down to 4 seconds. Pietro is back in the game, though. Kind of. There are chances. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's still unclear how exactly Pietro continues, though. It's not obvious. The engine suggests king e2. That's ridiculous. King f3, I can see being played. Just a waiting move. Waiting to see what will happen. The knight can't move because b6 hangs, right? And if something like this and e4 is played, the king can come back or go into f4, and there's no rook to d3. And this is actually equal. This is equal. Now, obviously, that's if that line occurs, but it wouldn't be ridiculous for that to occur. And his opponent's going to struggle now because he's got to come up with difficult plans and there's not much time left. He may be going for ideas of f4. Those are also not obvious because the pawn could be overloaded, protecting the pawn and the rook at the same time. And if the rook takes on f4, I don't know. If something like king here and pawn here, g4 is actually the way to play. Trying to counterattack. And that would be really interesting. And then Pietro could even get a pass pawn. This is a very interesting endgame. Both kings very active. Pawns ready to go. A weak pawn on b6. This bishop is very good now. Just needs... If this rook could just teleport anywhere in the black position, basically, Pietro should be able to draw if he can do that. If he can do that. But he needs to come up with a move here. Engine's just suggesting moving the king. And I mean, that's the only thing you can really do. The rook can't move. The bishop shouldn't move. The bishop is perfectly placed. You could play a move like bishop back to e2. But then rook e4, king moves. I don't know. I mean, the engine, to be fair, just suggests rook b4, actually. Which, to be fair, is problematic, because you're going to have to give up your b-pawn. You don't really want to do that if you can avoid it. Engine thinks there's chances, but that is dangerous. That is very dangerous. I think you've got to move the king, because the bishop is well placed. The rook can't move. Neither of these pawns should be moving. Neither of these pawns should be moving. You've got to wait and see what his opponent does, because he's got no time. He's got 34 seconds left on the clock. I mean, that's not enough time. And he's not going to be getting much more time soon, because the position is way too complicated, right? The position is so complicated here that he can't... It's going to be very difficult for him to make moves instantly to gain time on the clock, because each move requires thought and calculation. Pietro is taking some time here. It's down to 7 minutes. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. He does have a bit of time to take. And he basically, I think, just needs to realize that only his king can move. Only the king can move. What is the arbiter doing? Oh, I think he's giving them an extra sheet of paper in case they run out. I think that's what they're doing. It looks like they're the last game going on. Not a fan of the arbiter stepping over, but no, I think that is 2 sheets of paper, actually. So yeah, it's if they run out of paper. Okay, that makes sense. Good arbitration there. Good arbitration. I was too harsh initially, but this is very tense. Pietro is down to just above 6 minutes. He's got to make a decision. His opponent is clearly unhappy. I mean, he's trying to find a way through, but he's struggling. He's struggling to find a way through. And what's probably going through his opponent's mind as well is, well, you know, even if I do get the rooks off the board, well, the bishop's probably better than the knight because there's pieces on both sides of the board, or pawns on both sides of the board. But I don't actually think that applies to this particular position because, yes, there's pawns on both sides of the board, but these pawns are fixed on dark squares and these pawns are fixed on light squares. So the bishop can't actually see these pawns ever. So I don't think that actually applies. Now, knight d6 doesn't work because you can always take. And even if the knight wasn't pinned to the king, even if you could take and take, still unclear. This could still be complications. Could still be complications. This is a very complicated position. Pietro is just getting down to 5 minutes. He's got to make a move. He's got to make a move. He needs to keep his extra time. He needs to keep his extra time. This is not simple. You know, I'm sitting here saying these things. I have the engine. I'm in the comfort of my own home. I'm not sitting across from my opponent with all the tension going on. Like, it is exhausting playing chess like this. Pietro had a very long round earlier on in the day as well, and he unfortunately lost that in the endgame, and he's also going to be having flashbacks of that running through his mind right now. He's going to be thinking, oh my god, I threw a drawn endgame earlier on against a very good opponent that I should have held on to. I do not want to do that again. That's going to be running through his head, inevitably. And that's tough. That's tough. But he's got to try and keep himself composed. And it's so difficult because the way to play is just to do nothing. The way to play is to do nothing. Just move the king. Because there's no... Oh, he goes bring the bishop in, but this is a problem. Also, there's rook g4, quite simply forking, and that will end the game. Rook g4 will end the game. It's a simple fork. I think Pietro got spooked by knight to d6. I think he got spooked. His opponent is down to 12 seconds. 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds. He finds rook g4, and I think the game is over. I think the game is over. That is incredibly tough. It's so hard to just do nothing. Pietro tried to do nothing. Bishop g1 is, in a way, trying to do nothing. But the bishop was perfect on c4. Oh, and I think he just completely missed the fact that his bishop was hanging. And he resigns. That's incredibly unfortunate. And that's game. Hopefully he gets an easier pairing in the next round. That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. He played an incredibly good game against an incredibly strong opponent. That's a very, very unfortunate way for it to end. But that's the thing. That is one of the big differences between a 1700 and a 2100. Is the 2100 will keep going and going and going and applying pressure and applying pressure, and eventually it paid off. Unfortunately for all of us anyway. But there's a reason he's 2100, and Pietro can't be too upset. Oh, they do have carbon copies. They do have carbon copies. That's what I was on about. Anyway, sorry. He can't be too upset with that. And yeah, he here suggests the possibility of king f3. Yeah, his opponent suggests the rook trade. Yeah. Here of king f3. His opponent is saying that after rook d6, king moves and knight to a7, that he'll force a rook trade. King to e3. Yeah, I don't know why the engine's saying that this is equal, but yeah, I think his opponent knew that he always had that rook trade ready, but he didn't want to like go for it unnecessarily. I think Pietro is saying something like takes and takes, but yeah, this is just going to be lost. This is just going to be lost, and that's it. That is an incredibly unfortunate way for the game to end. Incredibly unfortunate, but a great game. Really, really interesting game. Pietro played very, very well. A performance to be very proud of, for sure. And hopefully he can take that into the rest of the tournament and, you know, actually get the results that he deserves based on his performances. I am going to go have dinner. I am starving. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. And make sure to tune in to Pietro tomorrow for round 4, where